It is March 3rd, and I'll call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, admin contract renewals, assistant superintendent contract renewal. Item 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation/legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, NEA and K negotiations, ABM custodial contract. Discussion on any investigation proceeding regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 42465A4, certified employee F. Can I get a motion to go into executive, please?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. sure? I don't see the red thingy. There we go. Save the day me. Okay, so we'll come back into open session from executive. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Leva. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. Sadie McCann.
Okay. Calendar, please.
Calendars March 9th, Policy Advisory, Central Admin Building, 5 p.m. March 17th, School Committee Business Meeting, Central Admin, 6 p.m. 7 p.m.
Okay, and then the first item on the agenda is a presentation. Because of the snow, this is a draft presentation, so we wanted to take questions from the committee before the high school folks came, so we can ask any questions that we have about the attachment to Rob, and then we will get an official presentation on this at a later date. So, but you do have an attachment for the concurrent and dual enrollment high school courses, so if anybody did have any initial questions, Mr. Mezzanotte is happy to answer them, or at least field them. So any questions, comments, or concerns?
I did have some. Bear with me because I thought it was going to be up on the screen.
No,
so it's just, it looks like the communications class and the culinary classes are super popular, so that's awesome. I was concerned about that passing percentage for Running Start.
I can speak to that.
Okay.
You okay? So yes, the Running Start program, which is the CCRI program that seniors can elect to enroll in, had a passing rate of 72%. That means, just to clarify, it doesn't mean that, so the Running Start program involves students taking classes at CCRI. It means that among that percentage that didn't pass, it means that they didn't pass every single class, excuse me, that they took at the CCRI program. 72% passed every single class. So it doesn't mean that they failed, obviously, all the classes or things like that. It just means that they had a failure in their CCRI program that they were in. But they still met the graduation requirements of our program. They all graduated on time with their class last year. And so that kind of explains that a little bit. If you have
I was asking too. Yeah, I think it looks deceiving because you're like, oh wait, is that the only? Like I was thinking graduation too.
That's what I was thinking.
So you're just saying they just didn't pass all the classes, but they didn't necessarily
That's
need
correct.
to pass every class to graduate.
And that also includes, there are some CCRI Running Start students who elect to move back to the high school halfway through if they feel like it's not really a good fit for them. And there's a couple of those in the
So then they're not pulled out of the number.
That's correct.
So basically,
So they would be listed as not passed.
not
so-
passed,
so-
even though they never completed.
Correct.
Yeah, maybe if we could get an asterisk on that slide or a footnote or something just to explain that so that we're not making it look like
Could you?
that would be helpful.
Can I ask a crazy question? Could you calculate it with those kids out? Because I feel like those kids who decide not to do it anymore are sort of hurting
Maybe we could add
what
that
it
as a
looks like of the
footnote.
program.
So for the students who didn't complete the program, for
Yeah,
example?
like if they didn't
Okay.
complete, I would think,
Note students who
That maybe
didn't
they
complete
shouldn't
the
be in the
program. Yeah,
data?
I can speak to the high school about that.
I don't know. Because
But it might be to, like, so community college runs in semesters, so if a student took fall semester courses and they were like, ooh, I am not ready for college work, whoopsies,
so
like that fail still counts in that
Correct.
that count, but they might then have opted to come back to the high school because that's a better fit for them. So I think those should still be in there.
Okay.
We could
I
find
just
out how
wasn't
many,
sure,
we could
like-
ask how many students stopped the program, like maybe just do one semester versus two, like how many returned to high school, we could get that stat.
Yeah. we
But
can
the
look that
fail's
up.
a fail
Yeah.
from that one.
Right. But I'm saying, like, what if they went back? What if they did first semester at CCRI, but second semester at the high school, but they were enrolled in the program? So if they weren't there second semester, is it just saying they failed?
Yeah, it would be listed as they wouldn't have completed the program, so they would be listed as part of the.
Oh, right.
did
So
not
it
pass.
kind of is.
Okay, so let's get more info on,
Yeah, which
let's
is
get
sort
some
of
clarification on that.
yeah,
data.
like-
I can,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
I,
slide's a little.
Yep.
Not,
yep.
I think
not
it's not
quite
actually.
what we're. I don't
It's
think
probably
it's
better than it looks on the slide.
Yeah, or it's
Yeah.
not telling us what we think
Yeah,
it should
yeah.
be. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So I think overall, I think this shows that the demographics for these classes are slightly under what our overall population is, except for a few which are like super out of whack, which seem to be like the AP US History, AP Government, those types of things. And so and I know that that's been something that we've been working on, is to like kind of make classes more representative. So I just wanted to see if there was a way to maybe kind of push those classes a little bit better. And then just the question I had still about the demographics for how ours compare to other districts.
So I know the second point you raised about the other districts, I know the high school is looking into that, and
Okay.
I know that they do plan to have something to
Okay.
prepare for the next meeting. And regards to your first point, I agree.
Okay.
I think that I do think that that is an area that we're frequently trying to get better at.
Okay. Awesome.
I would say I was at a meeting regarding AP in the state with RIDE for a different, not as school committee chair, in a different way. And someone randomly mentioned what a great job North Kingstown was doing in trying to be a leader in the space and trying to break down some of those barriers and stuff. So that was not solicited by me. They didn't know that I had connection here, but I was very impressed that they were specifically noted, and especially the work that Jackie was doing. So obviously we can always do more, but I do think that we're trying to
We
push the needle a
are.
little bit.
But it's not for lack of trying, for sure, but we still will continue to push.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other initial questions on this? Again, we'll get an official presentation at a later date. But that, and then we can get some more info on that CCRI pass information, etc. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rob. Okay. Moving on to citizens' comments. Do we have folks signed up? Thank you, Andrew. Okay. Moving on to routine items, can I get a motion? No, so we are going back into executive session, so we'll come back to A. Can I get a motion, does anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda before we take a motion to approve?
E.
Okay, anything else? Okay, hearing none, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll skip E for now and come back after we conclude executive session later. Moving on to reports, the advisory subcommittee reports, we have building advisory committee first, or do we want to skip that until Dr. Duba?
Yeah, please.
All right. Budget and finance, Sherry?
Okay, we met on Monday, March 2nd, and we first reviewed the FY26 budget year-to-date with the committee, and then we reviewed the enterprise fund. The committee did make a recommendation, which is not yet as a motion to the school committee, but to reduce the admission fee by $13,000 in the musical enterprise fund FY26, which would have an opening fund balance in FY27, which would be $3,863.19. And the reason we said this was due to having 2 less shows in FY26. The recommendation to the school committee to task the superintendent with finding the approximate market value rent for the Momentum renewal lease. And I will submit this for discussion for the next school committee meeting. And our next meeting is Monday, April 6th at 4:30.
Thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay, thanks so much, Sherry. Moving on to DEI.
The DEI subcommittee last met on February 11th. Allie Nasenzi gave an update on equity, belonging, wellness, and community engagement activities since our last meeting. Those included conducting focus groups with North Kingstown High School students as a follow-up to the DEI student survey, working in conjunction with the Health and Wellness Advisory Committee on an anti-vaping campaign, running a staff wellness program, and continuing work on the upcoming job/internship fair in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. We also discussed the status of the rollout of the equity vision statement and inclusive language guidance for the administrators in the district. At the request of the assistant superintendent, the group has begun reviewing the district student conduct policy as well as his current proposed revisions prior to it going to the policy advisory committee. The policy itself has not been updated since 2012, and the DEI committee is looking at it in conjunction with the recommendations to examine disciplinary policies and practices from an equity lens to detect biases and inconsistencies, and then eliminate or revise such policies to promote a clear, fair, and appropriate approach to determining consequences for misbehavior. We will be continuing that review at our next meeting, which is scheduled for Wednesday, March 18th.
Okay, any questions regarding that? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Policy?
Policy Advisory Committee last met on February 12th. We did a final review of the district's purchasing procedure policies. The district currently has 2 policies which will be consolidated. The dollar limits are being updated to be in alignment with the town charter, and some additional language is being added. Those policies are on our agenda this evening. We began a review of a cell phone policy, but this is really going to cover all personal electronic devices. We need to have this policy in place by August of 2026 in order to be in compliance with state law. The draft that we're reviewing was put together by the assistant superintendent with the help of a committee consisting of faculty, students, and parents. We'll continue our review of this at our next meeting. We also began a review of a policy around artificial intelligence that the same committee worked on. This one is not a state law, but RIDE has provided guidance for districts to go by. We'll continue our review of this one at our next meeting as well. Our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, March 9th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay, thank you so much. Those seem like they were 100 years ago. There's a week that time stood still. Okay, unfinished business.
Can I make a motion? But I'm going to need people's help on this one.
Sure.
Because I'm trying to be respectful of
Mhm.
the people who are here. So we have A, which I think is important because we have our employees here.
Mhm.
But then, could I make a motion to move up new business D? Maybe right below A. But then, what's that?
We can't for A, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we move up new business D first, if Ken's not here yet. He was at the meeting
Okay.
last night, so I think not.
Yep.
Okay.
But then I'm looking also at all of the bus stuff. E, F, G. So can I move that up as well?
You could
Do you know what I mean? I
Yes,
know.
I see. No, that's
You
fine.
see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So basically move up new business D, E, F, G
I'll second that.
to, I guess, well, I don't know, now until
Yep. Okay, so new business. Can you just say the letters one more time, please?
D, E, F, G. Sorry, new business D, E, F, and G.
Okay. And then so we have a second from Ms. Lima. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so move on to new business item D. Can I get a motion to, I guess, open this
Yeah.
for discussion, I guess, which you know it thrills me, and then we'll start with the presentation. If y'all are is that good for you to be next? Whoever's doing it?
Yep. Okay.
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Oh,
Thank you.
second.
Okay, okay, so hello.
Hello. These are just paper copies of the presentation that was sent around last week. It's also going to be up on the board, but if it's easier for folks to be able to take a look at the paper copy, take a minute. Please feel free.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, so my name is Mike DiMatteo. I'm with Peregrine Group, and I'm here with Ed Safune from DVVW, the architect for all the capital improvement projects. And we're here tonight to just provide an update for where things stand on all things that are CIP related. So what we're going to go through tonight is where things are for really the 3 major buckets of how these projects are broken out, which is the elementary stabilization, which is the new roofs at all the elementary schools, the secure vestibules, and the media centers. All the work that's taking place at Davisville Middle School, and then the high school roof replacement, which will be the bulk of what we spend time on tonight, because that is the project that has been most advanced through RIDE, and the project that for the past several months has been fast-tracked to try and be completed this summer. Just as background, we had a call with the SBA, a pre-submission call on January 28th. RIDE green-lighted us at that time to submit the high school roof for formal schematic design review, and they've requested additional documentation for both the elementary stabilization, Davisville Middle, which we've provided. Update from even last night is that we've been waiting on the RIDE School Building Administration Office to have follow-up meetings for more pre-coordination before we can formally submit to the RIDE Design Review portal for both the elementary stabilization and Davisville Middle. We heard from RIDE's office this morning, and both of those meetings are now on the books for next week. So we'll be advancing both of those projects, and hopefully that after those meetings next week, I believe they're Wednesday and Thursday morning, after those meetings, ideally we will be able to formally submit to the RIDE Design Review portal for both of those projects as well. But again, for tonight, we're really going to spend the bulk of our time, and I'll ask Ed up to join me, about the high school roof replacement, because again, that's the project that's really been fast-tracked with the effort to try and have that under construction this summer.
Hello, everybody. So picking up where Mike left off, we did advance the design development documents because we were concerned about the schedule. And we did that in January. We sent them to the cost estimator, received those numbers back. We'll dive into the numbers in a minute. Then we very quickly developed the 60% CDs because the roof project is really about details and not so much scope, which we'll walk you through. We advanced the 60% CDs. We got the estimates back on February 25th. And the good news is each one of those milestones, the job is basically tracking on budget. So we felt confident in our ability to meet the schedule to get this out to bid this month and to get it awarded so that construction can occur this summer. One of the things that came up in the SD submission in terms of clarity, in terms of the schedule, was we established a target to get the majority of the, I'm going to say, the disruptive work done on a roof before the start of school at the end of August of 26. And that what would sort of tail on into September would be detailing work, some miscellaneous metal work, but all of the equipment would need to be operational. So we clarified that in the documents as part of the requirements for construction. Next slide. This diagram hopefully looks a little familiar. The red area is the area that we're actually re-roofing. We're tearing it off down to the bare deck and bringing everything back up, compliant with current energy code as well as Northeast CHIPS. The scope does include a series of allowances to try and mitigate some unforeseen conditions up there, and 3 alternates which were developed as we went from SD to DD and then subsequently to CDs. Next slide. The project as it stands now also includes a site staging plan for logistics and work limitations, and I know it's very difficult to see, but we've established temporary fenced areas for lay down of material, contractor parking, to try and minimize the disruption and also the intermingling with some of the summer activities at the building. Next slide. This is a snapshot of the roof plan showing not only the extent of work, but where all the miscellaneous details are for the transitions and things that are required to make this watertight. Package also includes a series of exterior elevations up on the roof, again to show how those interfaces tie in, and also to give a better, clearer picture of where the work needs to occur. The roof details, as I said, deal with all of the transitions with the different items that are on the roof, like rooftop equipment, conditions where the roof meets the wall, whether it's metal panel, masonry, where we're raising all of the flashings. This gives all of the technical information so that they know what to do. Next slide is some more details. There's a lot of unique conditions up there that we've tried to address. And then the first estimate that we received for the design development package included the first 2 alternates, which really are relative to the acoustical concerns from the existing mechanical equipment that's up there. And we also added some cement board in the base bid, again, to mitigate the noise from the equipment through the roof deck into the spaces below. And this shows the project, again, trending based on where we were with schematic design. It's actually slightly lower than where we were in schematic design, but we're trying to keep that sort of equivalent across the deck. And then the 60% CDs, we actually advanced the document some more, enhanced the details, and we also added roof alternate number 3, which is to replace all of the exhaust fans in that area that we're re-roofing. So when the numbers come back, we'll include that with the bid, and then you can make those decisions at that point.
So what you can see here is, since the previous slides were kind of small, but it's also now in your packet, is this is just a breakdown of hard costs versus soft costs versus any other miscellaneous cost as it relates to the total project budget. And what you can see in the approved budget line is what was approved through the MOA with ROD. And then you can see both the SD estimate, the DD estimate, and the 60% CD estimate. To Ed's point, we are trending in the right direction. We're slightly, what I would say, under budget right now, but again, we have not actually bid the documents yet, so we don't know exactly what the market's going to be. So to Ed's point, I think we're trending in the right direction, and the project is tracking to be on budget. Any questions? Because we've gone through that quickly.
So you said, I have a couple questions.
Yeah, please.
So the first one was, you said that the approved budget from RIDE, is that also, I just don't have my other documents, is that also the approved budget from us, like what we had
Yes.
originally been presented?
With the stage 2.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Just
Correct.
wanted to make sure that those
Yep.
were the same. Another question I had was, I saw the information about the substantial completion on the 29th of August, and then obviously there'll be some additional work. I think it was a September date. What's built in to protect the district as far as penalties if they don't hit those dates?
So that's something that we're still actually coordinating. So that was a call that Ed, myself, and Bridget had today.
Mm-hmm.
Liquidated damages is something that still needs to be worked out. And as we get
Would that
into,
be in the RFP though?
it would be in the
Okay.
final contract
Okay.
documents, and we'll talk about the contract in a minute. In
Okay.
terms of, there's still some things that to be on the schedule that we're proposing might be a loose end as of Monday when we're proposing to go to bid. We're proposing to then be able to issue an addenda so that we have time to work those final details out
Okay.
with the district. But liquidated damages would be one of the clauses in the final specification that would
Yeah, I'm
would
just
address
nervous
that.
about the timeline and
Yep.
making sure that we're doing anything we can to try to hold them to that timeline so that we don't have disruption with the first couple of weeks of school. So thank you for looking into that.
That's also why we've tried to be so aggressive to go to bid as early as we can, is so that we give the contractor as much time to be able to procure materials.
Yep.
And really, as of the last day of school, have everything on site to be ready to go, so that as soon as kids are out of the building, they're 100% in motion.
The only other question I had was on the public bidding doc, why those two items are still TBD. Is that something on the request for information and clarification? It's still noted as
On the-
TBD. Just wanted to make sure that was adjusted.
The public bidding doc.
Oh, on that slide.
Oh, on the next slide.
On the next slide, yes.
The public, yes.
Sorry.
So what?
On the last page, yeah.
No, that's perfect. So if you want to go to the next slide. So what's TBD here is some of the final details that we're working out with the district. And again, we had a good call today with Bridget.
Good.
What we're hoping to do is clean up some of that information for our standing Thursday meeting, in which we have with district leadership, particular to the CIP projects. What we'd like to be able to do Thursday is kind of run through where all the outstanding items are, which should be down to single digit by end of call Thursday, such that we can agree that we have the right information to be able to go to bid, which we're targeting for next Monday, with the ability to then issue an addendum to clarify things that are really what Ed and I were talking before we came in, pretty minor in terms of the grand scheme of things, in terms of what is going to drive the pricing, but something that we want to make sure is in the contract before we actually make a recommendation to award, so that contractors know exactly what they're bidding for.
What conditions they're bidding on.
Yep. Are there rules about when the addendum has to be done by our end?
I'm sorry.
Are there rules about when our addendums have to be done in the RFP process?
We
Like as far as
typically like
timeline?
them to be done and posted at least 48 hours before the bid is due.
Yep.
as a minimum. Ideally, we give them more time than that, but
So at minimum, March 15th, but hopefully before that.
Yep.
All right, perfect.
And again, all of this would be subject to
Mhm.
council review as well as review by the trust before final addendum is issued.
Thank you, that's all my questions.
I had one question, and I apologize, I didn't write down what page I saw it on. In one part, I saw, everything's based on like standard, working hours, standard wages, standard this, and then on another page, I saw overtime and weekend work will be required. It seemed to be in direct contradiction to that, and so I was just wondering, was the fact that overtime and weekend work is gonna be required factored into the pricing?
we basically said it was required in the summary of work. So yes, it needs to be included in the bid.
Okay.
The other thing we put in there is based on the way the work needs to happen relative to removing the rooftop equipment and putting it back. They're gonna need a crane with multiple mobilizations over the course, because we don't want them tearing everything off, pulling it all off, leaving the building open to the weather, and then coming back at the end and doing it all at the last minute. So it's gotta be done in sections.
And that's all factored into the estimate?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all factored into the bid documents that then we can review when we get the estimate to make sure that they price it accordingly.
Okay.
Other questions from the committee?
So the final slide is what we're here tonight to request approval for, and I have to preface this by saying this is out of sequence in that for the remainder of all projects, be it WMS or anything related to CIP, it's completely atypical to ask for approval of both a design development set and a 60% CD set at the same time. But largely because the project was fast-tracked and partly because when we were expecting RIDE approval in December, when that meeting was canceled because of the shooting at Brown, it pushed back approvals from RIDE for over a month. So Ed and his team has been working to continue to advance the project to keep us on time to be able to bid when we wanted to bid. But we are out of sequence in that we're asking the committee to actually approve both of these, which are still under just the stage 3 submission to RIDE. And we had actually been hoping to be able to compress these, and I had been emailing with RIDE for the past couple of weeks. Could we just skip the design development package altogether and go straight to 60% DD? They told me today no, but that both of those submissions should be able to be reviewed quickly to still keep us on time. So again, we're asking that the drawings that I described and the budgets that we've received from Alana, the independent cost estimator, that both of those be approved so that we can submit those to the RIDE design review portal in due time.
So is there just two things, because there's 3 on our packet?
Well, there's the presentation.
No, I meant the last requested approvals, there's 3 bullet points.
So that's been amended with what I
So it's just
handed you
those two?
tonight. Yes, it's
Okay.
just those two,
Thank you for the
based
clarification.
on Kenny's review.
Yeah.
We amended what was sent last week. So if you have what was
Yeah, page
sent last
185.
week,
So
yes.
these are the 2 that
These
need
are the 2
approval.
that we need approval for, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a
Very
third
good, though. You
that
have
we
what was
weren't
sent
going
out
to
last week.
And can we skip the report out on the building advisory committee, but I'm assuming that these were
This is all.
both approved
Yes.
by the building
Yeah,
advisory
so
committee?
last night, if you want me to just talk about that, so
Yes,
last
please.
night they, Peregrine and DPW presented on the stage 3, the 60% construction docs, and the design development. We also went through the bid that's going out as well, the RFP, to review some of the documents of the RFP last night.
Do we have that as well or no?
No, because typically the school committee
Alright,
doesn't approve the RFP prior,
Great,
and once it goes out, then we come back with the award for everybody
sounds
to
good.
approve.
Okay, any questions regarding this? If not, I would accept a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion
2
to.
motions, I guess. Do we do them separate? Let's do them separate, just for
Okay.
funsies.
I'll make a motion to accept the approval, or accept the recommendation of the Building Advisory Committee to accept the design development and submit for RIDE Stage 3.
Second.
Andrew, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
So I make a motion to
Well, there's-
accept.
No, I trust you. I think it's fine.
Yeah, there's 2.
She did the design first.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, the design
Yeah.
first. then
It's that,
yep.
but it's, okay.
Yeah, we don't
so
need
I
that.
think
Yeah,
just this.
just
You don't,
this.
you just need to say
Okay,
make
got
a
it.
motion.
We
Got
are
it.
taking into advisement that the building advisory committee approved it, but we don't actually need to approve their recommendation.
Recommendation,
Because
okay.
we just need to take that into advisement as we approve this. So I would just do a motion to accept the design development submission as presented. Is that,
Did
Yeah,
you
that'll
hear
work.
that?
Stage 3.
I don't know who's getting, the camera got it. Okay, so Megan's motion is that. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then can we get the second motion, please?
All right, motion to accept 60% construction documents and submit for RIDE Stage 3 CD.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, happy bidding.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay, so that was item D. We had then said that we were going to do E next. So, are they friends, or are we gonna do each one individually?
They're
Individually, great. So can I get a motion for E, please?
To make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Any questions regarding the renumbering of bus 10 and 21?
Yes.
Come on up, friends. Hey, Michelle.
Hi, how are you?
Can you state your name for the camera, please?
Michelle Hume, Transportation Supervisor.
Thank you. Jen, your question, please?
So the agenda item says bus 10 and bus 21, but the documentation references bus 14.
Yes. When I put it into the agenda, when I was thinking bus 10 for the contractor, because it's the contractor that requested it is the contractor and owner of bus 10. So he's the contractor for all of these. So I inadvertently put in bus 10 but this document is correct.
But the agenda item is not.
Okay, so we can't do
So
that
we
one,
can't
but
do
we can do
this
21.
Okay.
But they're sister friends, so I don't know
Oh.
if we
Oh,
can.
close.
Can I ask
Can-
Andrew a question though?
I have more questions.
We can do more questions, but Andrew, can you just confirm that because it's not
Yeah,
listed
I'd rather,
correctly?
since the actual agenda says 10,
Okay.
I'd table that one,
Yeah.
for sure.
Right, but we can continue to ask questions under discussion.
And then my next
Yep.
question was, when did the purchase by Novik from Munford take place, and why is there no documentation about that in the file?
So I forwarded that today, and because it was approved on November 18th, the
So
transfer of the buses.
Didn't
But-
make its way to us, and it wasn't in the file.
Are you-
Oh, didn't make its way.
are you saying
Correct.
that was approved
Because
by
it was already
Alpha?
approved in November 18th.
Oh, yes, you said we approved it.
Yes.
Right,
That's
but
what-
it's not, it was
It's not in the
it was not
documentation. It's
file.
got to be put into the asset list.
Correct.
Yep.
So that needs to be in there. And then my question was, when is bus 21 contract up, 25 or 26? Because there's paperwork in the file showing both dates.
There are. So last year, Mr. West came to
I saw
school
that.
committee.
So
Okay.
which is the correct date?
So 26 is the correct date because then it was transferred to John Novak.
Okay. And then they're asking for an extension of a contract on VIN number 227832, but you can't extend a contract when there is no contract, so I'm not sure the phrasing of that is correct.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Are you talking
Andrew,
about-
couldn't we just like get a new contract and approve
Yeah,
that?
Yeah, that's what it
then?
would need.
But shouldn't that be in our,
Are you, which document are you referencing, just so I can keep up with?
go to 189, page 189.
Yep.
This is-
So
Well, I was
on
just
what
saying
you
like,
need- The letter from Michelle?
yes. Because am I right, Michelle? Like he has a new
Correct, he's
bus that
taking-
we want a whole new agreement with a whole new vent.
Correct.
So shouldn't we just have a contract to approve?
It would be a brand new one for the till 2030. So the 4 years that bus is eligible to stay in Frontline. So that's what he wants to do. He wants to take that bus S14, change it over to make it a Frontline because it's a newer bus. He wants to start a contract on that.
Well, have we already
And-
got a
I'm gonna make
contract
us a
on 14?
board, and it's
Not
got all these little buses,
S14.
little numbers.
Wants to
We're
be
gonna move
21.
around.
Yeah, I almost feel like it'd be
So-
less confusing
So-
if we just had an agreement that said, "Hey, this VIN number with the dates,"
Yep.
and then I think we would be like,
Yeah, which is
"Oh,
what I've been drafting, so if we can pack
Correct.
this up, and I'll, 'cause I think
Correct.
what they want
But he had to
is
request it because there will
actual
also be a number change of the bus. So because he purchased S14 from Mr. and Mrs. Mumford. So he has S14 currently, but what he wants to do is he wants to take S14 because it's a 2019, it has front life at
My
Right.
what?
recommendation is, we can't vote on this tonight.
Yep,
We
that's
deal
fine.
with all these
Okay.
paperwork things.
But going forward, because we're actually done, and I emailed you today.
Yes,
Thought we were
I
done.
know. I was like,
But-
you would just have all the agreements and
Right.
be like, okay.
We're just about, we talked yesterday.
My
So I
suggestion
feel
is
like
going
that's
forward,
easier
that
to
these
be like-
come to me to actually put the drafted documentation that I know is what you're looking for
Yeah, 'cause I feel
together,
like-
and that way you're not only approving the path, you'll see the document and the attachments and everything.
Because
Is there
isn't
anything-
ultimately we have to approve the agreement.
Any other questions on the renumbering of bus 10 and 21?
No, and Andrew, I sent you my questions, and
Yep.
so,
And on like the next one, not to jump ahead, but I drafted all
Is
this
there
stuff today.
any-
So,
Is there
yeah.
any challenge to moving item E to the next agenda? Like, we can't, there's nothing we can do, right? We're not impacting students, I guess is what I'm asking.
You're not.
okay, so
Nope.
I'll make a motion to table E.
Okay.
Everybody good with discussion on that before we move on?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
All right, all those in favor of tabling, please say aye.
Aye.
And somebody understands what we're doing?
I do.
Great.
Mhm.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to F.
I will make a motion to approve F.
Great, looking positive. Can I get a second? Okay, any questions on F?
I think it's the same thing for me. Like, I'd rather have us approve the actual agreement.
And I actually
With the new
drafted this.
name on
I
it?
drafted
Do you
this
know what I
today.
mean?
I just happened to know that. Yeah.
Because otherwise we're saying like, okay, you can change the name, and then
If
don't you
this
still
can
have
wait-
to bring the agreement back to us
This is the
again?
one we talked about yesterday, and I just drafted it today.
Okay.
So, but I think what they're asking is for, instead of this, like, this backup document, but you want to see the actual drafted agreement that's gonna fix
Wait, right,
all
shouldn't we
this
be
stuff.
approving that and just do it all in one loop?
This was the one.
In a perfect world, sure.
I'm-
Like, that would be very
I intended
nice,
to be in a
but
perfect world.
I do think that we could approve this evening if we wanted to. I think we have the appropriate information
You've got
on
all
this.
the, you've got all the documentation
Yeah.
for this.
And
I drafted
then-
this today. Yep.
Andrew's gonna do his thing, and then, like, they're all gonna have to come forward anyways. It'll be a bulk motion.
Yeah, there's gonna be a
but,
bunch of them once they're signed by the
Yeah.
drivers. I think we've got
Yeah.
almost 20 of them at this
I
point.
hear what you're saying, Sherry, but I think from a, like, technical standpoint, we have what we need for this one for today. Is that correct? Not
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And then we'll get follow-up, Andrew.
And the next one, by the way, 26, I drafted today too. So that was the other one we talked
Yep.
about yesterday. Yep.
So,
Exactly.
and we're on 9. Don't get ahead of yourself. Any other questions regarding 9? All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. I think we were in a motion to approve, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. 26, can I get a motion for that,
I'll
please?
make a motion to discuss.
Second.
So this one, like, I am okay with approving because all the paperwork is there, but technically there is no actual request to renew from the contractor in here. So, but like, in the spirit of being cooperative,
I actually put that into the agreement that's already drafted. Yep.
okay, that was my only concern. Like, it's inferred, but there is no actual request.
So I sent the request, but it was tabled in January. So the
But
request
all
was,
it says in there is that there was a request that was tabled. There's not an actual request from them in there saying, I would like to renew it. There's only references to a request, not an actual request in
But
the
was the
file.
request submitted?
January 7th.
Yeah.
Well, it went in front of January
Like I said,
18th.
but it is inferred in there
Like,
that they would
are you saying
like
that you
to.
don't think the January 7th language is good enough?
No, it's not.
I'm staring at a document.
No.
But
No, I think I
Maybe it
had
got
asked for the
uploaded
agreement
after.
that
I'm making the same
Andrew
face.
has, that we haven't seen.
I'm with you, Kurt.
Where is it?
I see what, like, we are requesting the approval of an option to renew on January 7th.
That got added since yesterday. That's new.
Great, but it's
Yeah,
there,
okay.
so here we are.
Yep.
We're fine, we have it.
Okay, that's good.
We're good.
We're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Kurt, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
I
good.
got you.
Yeah.
I
I
also
wasn't
made that
there
face. I was like,
yesterday
no,
afternoon.
it's there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions about 26 for now?
No, but then you'll have an agreement with both their names on, because I
Yep.
think that's the
Yeah.
Yep.
big issue that we
And
just
signed.
haven't had anything
Yep.
official.
But Andrew, you're fine with us moving forward on this?
Yeah, I
specific
literally,
review?
Michelle and I talked yesterday to clean up the last 2 or 3 buses, I think,
Mm-hmm.
and we're missing one document now from everything.
And that was-
needs to be
Okay,
corrected or
that's like
whatever.
a yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
For
I will make a
26.
motion to approve. G.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Someday we'll get there. Thank you so much.
We're almost there.
We're so close. No, I really, no jokes aside, I appreciate all the work on that, and it does feel like we're making some progress, so. Okay, we are now on G. No, we did G. Okay, we're now going back
So now we go back.
Go back.
to, no, we have to do Ken's building advisory.
Building Advisory Committee.
No, he did it.
No, he
He
didn't.
did not. He did
Oh.
not physically. So if there's anything else that he wants to add, he gave us the motion, but he didn't give us that. Ken, we are back to the Building Advisory Committee report. Is there anything else that you would like to report on?
I don't have anything else to add from what was in the present, what was presented earlier.
Okay,
So.
perfect. Thank you. All right, now we can go to unfinished A.
Make a motion to discuss.
Great.
Second.
Great. Leslie.
Did you want to do new business day?
Well, we're not.
Oh, no, I just wanted to, like, help,
Okay.
so that everybody can go.
So they didn't have to say
Yeah.
Which one?
New business day, but no.
Oh, we'll get to you.
No, I think I'm good for it, but we'll see. So I only have one monitor, so it should be good. Okay.
One of those rolly desks, Leslie. I know. It's likely not in the budget, but. That was funny, it was a finance joke, no?
I like the sense of humor.
Thank you, we try. Okay, so we are here because, when we had done the FY27 budget, these were some outstanding items that we needed to come back, and review, and so, I guess Leslie, we'll kick it to you if there's any specific questions from the committee, but also any information that you want to provide to us on this.
Sure. So well, I'm going to start with the enterprise accounts. We have 3 that should be fairly easy. I just wanted to point out some quick changes that we made. And hopefully we'll get approval to move forward and have those be approved this evening. And then we'll do nutrition, because I have a feeling that's going to be a little bit more in depth. The last time we went over it, Ms. Colley wasn't here, so if we have any questions for her that she can specifically answer for you, and then any discussion items, and hopefully move that along. What I would like to ask with regard to that, if it's okay with the committee, if we can separate out the budget for the nutrition from the spend down plan from the nutrition, because I feel like that might be something that still needs some work before we fully present it. There's still some information we're waiting on, and I would hate to have that hold up budget approval, because it doesn't really tie. There's really nothing this year in the budget that is dependent on the spend down plan. So if that's okay, I'd like to just focus on the budget this evening, but
Yeah,
to defer to
makes
you, I
sense,
can do
yeah.
either. Okay. So I'm going to start first with the musical enterprise budget, because we did make a change at the recommendation of the Budget and Finance Committee. When we first discussed this at our last school committee meeting, there really were no concerns with the actual fiscal 27 budget. But what we did discuss yesterday, and what we collectively decided to put forth, was to actually reduce the revenue that we are anticipating for fiscal 26. And the reason we needed to put that forward is because by reducing the revenue, it will change what the anticipated fund balance is at the end of fiscal 26, which will then ultimately change what the beginning fund balance for fiscal 27 would be. And the reason for that change is, as we discussed both last night and at the previous school committee meeting, is that we've had to shorten the duration of the musical, so it will not be we will not be having as many days as we have in the past. And that came after this budget was already done and finalized. So because of that reduction, we don't anticipate getting the original $45,000 in revenue. So we've kind of looked at it as, how much revenue do we anticipate for each day that the musical would have performed based on prior revenues. So the committee agreed that a reduction of $13,000 made sense for the reduction of 2 shows. So in the document that you have that we did post for the public, we've made that reduction for the 26 budget, and then subsequently we've changed the beginning fund balance for our fiscal 27 budget to $3,863.19, and it had previously been, I believe, $13,000. No, excuse me, $16,000. $16,000. So that reduction is shown there.
I think the one though is still the old one.
No, it's in here.
It's
No,
all right.
It,
So,
it got sent out. It got sent out.
all right, I
today.
downloaded it
attached.
like 4
Yeah.
o'clock,
Yeah, it is.
so it must have been after that. All right, good.
Because I made the changes after last night's meeting, and I wanted to make sure
No,
that
it's fine.
it was reviewed.
I always download it in case I can't get online.
Yeah,
So
no, it's in
perfect. All right.
And even with that change, so we will have a significantly less fund balance at the beginning of the year. However, based on the budget and the expected expenditures for fiscal 27, we would still end the year with a positive fund balance, and we would be fine even with that change.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, And we're hoping that we're gonna have reduced expenses, but we did want to kind of forecast out and be as prepared as possible.
Did we use any actuals to determine that number? Because I imagine that like they have some sense of how many ticket sales they've made for this upcoming weekend.
Because we would not be able to get that information from them at this point,
Got it.
with them selling
So-
and just
That's
trying to
fine.
make the changes.
We took the actuals
From
from.
Yeah, no,
the year
I-
before,
yeah,
yeah,
based
the
off
year
last
before.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that is the only change. So in terms of the fiscal 27 budget, the budget itself that I'm putting forward is the same that we had previously discussed, just the change to that opening fund balance. Does anyone have any questions?
No, and I think the other thing too, Erin, like we were talking about how if the 6 shows were sold out anyway, so obviously there's 2 less shows, so there will
Yeah, that makes
definitely
sense.
be
I was
some.
just curious.
Yeah, even if we didn't have the actuals yet.
Yeah.
And that's making the assumption that even with the 2 less shows, that there would be no reduction in what the expenses, the anticipated expenses, but we do anticipate that those expenses would be reduced because you won't need equipment as long, musicians as much, costumes as much. So we're basing that just looking at the revenue side.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're also hopeful that
Yeah, that number might be
it might
Higher.
end up better.
Yep.
Correct.
All right, any other questions on the music, choir, and orchestra enterprise account?
Okay.
Do we need to approve that? Or want to go through all of them
Do we
and
do
then circle
one by
back?
one, Andrew, or do we?
I would do one by one.
We can do all the conversation though, and then come back and do all the motions if you want.
So next we will do computer repair. This actually does not have any changes from the last time that we discussed it in the meeting. We during our last school committee meeting, we discussed, you know, adding that technology-related supply line to there for the $20,000. And there was some discussion, so I'll just reiterate that Mr. Zenko and I are working to try and see if there's a need to increase the cost of the insurance, just because it's been many, many, many years since that's been changed, and we just want to make sure that what we're charging for insurance actually will now cover the cost of repairs, just based on inflation and some of those changes, but more to come on that if that's something that we will be doing. But right now, we are confident that the revenue that we currently bring in will cover the expenses that we have for fiscal 27. There was no recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee to make any changes as well. So this would stand as is from our last meeting.
So last night at your meeting, there was discussion about the internship for the potentially for the CTE students, and I believe there was some reasoning why they no longer offer that. I guess the question I have is that was offered as recently as 2 years ago, and had been offered in the district. So what was the reasoning behind the change?
Did that get paid out of the enterprise fund?
So that again, it was.
The
Then no, we cannot.
CTE internship? No, I believe it was in the past paid out of the enterprise fund. No,
No.
no, it hadn't been.
No,
Happy to talk about it if
Honestly,
you
All right, no, I thought
Not that
that's
I'm-
because
Not that I'm aware of. In the time that I've been here, we have not done that, so I would have to go back and reference it.
Aware of
So
that either.
Yeah.
okay, no, that's fine.
I
I
think what
just
was brought up
Thank
last
you
time was
for making
something
a
new,
Yeah.
to add a new line in there to do an intern.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
brought
we-
up
that's what we
concerns
discussed.
that we're paying them and bring them as employees, they can't have BCIs unless they're 18 or over.
yeah, and we can talk about this in a different
Yes, I
discussion.
can add it as
Um,
future conversation.
but I just know that there had been jobs up until 2 years ago. Okay.
That's when we ran into the issue with BCIs.
Okay.
They were doing some jobs through.
Alright, let's stay on the enterprise fund part, but noted, Megan. Any other questions regarding this one?
No?
Okay.
All right, the next one we'll do is gate receipts. So based on our last conversation at the school committee, we decided that we would move for the 27 year, that we would continue what we have done in fiscal 26, which is take some of the line items out of the operating fund and move them into gate receipts to help with some of the spend down. So I've gone ahead and I've added that down for recommended spend down fiscal 27. You'll see rentals of $25,000 that is noted at the bottom in green. And then we have our adjusted fund balance and what we anticipate as the ending fund balance of $39,208 with that adjustment. And subsequently, it was changed out of the operating budget that was already approved. So this is just representing that move of that $25,000 to this line item. And that's the only change we have here. There was no questions or concerns about doing that at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting last night.
Okay, any questions regarding the athletic gate receipts? Okay, hearing none, let's go to the next one.
Okay, next is nutrition. So I'm gonna have,
Patricia, you're welcome to sit if you prefer, wherever you're more comfortable.
wanna come sit, Bucky? Or not?
I will come
She's
and
like, I'll
join you
stand.
momentarily. I have something to say.
Can you introduce yourself to the camera, please?
Sit next to him.
Patricia Cawley, Child Nutrition Supervisor. Good evening. As the Supervisor of Child Nutrition Services, I'm here tonight to share the scope of our services, not only for the students, but also for the families and the 2,000 meals we serve every day. Our program's reach, influence, and impact continues to expand. Through nutrition, education, awareness, and innovative programming, we are reaching students in meaningful ways. We're setting a precedent in the state with initiatives like our life skills class, where we teach students with disabilities essential skills to help them thrive after graduation. Our Get the Foam Out initiative demonstrating environmental stewardship by reducing waste and teaching students how small changes can make a meaningful impact on climate crisis, one tray at a time. And just last week during the blizzard, our team implemented our crisis management plan and provided 2,500 meals to children and families in North Kingstown who otherwise may not have had access to food. Some of our own staff members qualify for supplemental nutrition assistance and directly benefited from the distribution as they rely on local food pantries. However, we have been understaffed for 6 consecutive years at 20 hours a day and is currently filled by substitutes. With inflation rising and the conflict in the Middle East affecting food and oil prices, it puts even more pressure on our stretched supply chain. Child nutrition is not an auxiliary service. It is foundational to student health, learning, and equity. When we invest in this program, we invest directly in student success. So I would appreciate your support on upcoming proposals regarding staffing, spending, and revenue initiatives. I will now join my colleague.
Thank you, Trish. Leslie, anything that you want to add before the committee asks questions?
So most of the conversation and the work that we had done previously was regarding the spend down plan. So where the budget stands as of right now, the only impact to the budget that we have here, if you note in assumption number 2, that this budget includes both revenue and food expenses related to the concession trailer, and since that's not something that we are talking this evening, that would be the only item that we would remove. And Trish, correct me if I'm wrong, but the revenue for that was $12,000.
I don't know.
I will look at my notes. I believe it was $12,000, and what we did is we had equal expense to equal revenue, so it was not. It does not change the budget. So if we need to remove that, it is a direct removal of revenue and expense. Since it was the first year and we didn't know how it would phase in, we wanted to make sure we represented that there would be revenue and expense, but we kept them the same so that if it was something that didn't move forward, it was easily removed. So since we're not discussing that item, that would be, I would just have to check my notes, get the correct amount, and make sure that I remove those from our final numbers this evening if we were to move forward and not include those.
I think it was.
Those items. So other than that, I just open up to questions from the group and happy to just work through the process.
Sure. One question that I had, and if we covered this last time, just remind me that we covered it. The federal reimbursement number under the revenue for this one is up from what the 26 number was, and so I was just curious, and again, if you already told us, we don't have to repeat it, why we were anticipating that jump.
So last year during budget time, when we were putting the budget together, we were concerned because we were seeing that our reimbursements seemed lower than we had anticipated. And in looking at projecting out the number that we put for fiscal '26 is where we thought we would conservatively land if we stayed on track to where we were for '25. However, we saw a little spike happen right around that March, April timeframe, and our numbers for '25 went right back up to where they had
So
consistently
this is more
been.
accurate with what
So,
we'll end with for 26?
yes, I think we're gonna see that we're gonna end up '26 higher than what we have budgeted.
Got it, thank you. Other questions?
So bear with me here, because I'm trying to like break this out without talking about the, so the increase in revenue of $20,000 is the regular usage for private catering, or that includes some of the concession?
So so private catering, that is where the concession line is. It's in that $40,000 line. So we would reduce that revenue by, if we remove the concession, we would reduce that line by 12.
By 12, okay, so
And then I would
of that
reduce the
$20,000 increase from last year to this year, 12 of that is the concession?
Concession.
Okay, and so the $35,000 increase in food costs, right, is less than the increase in the catering revenue?
You lost me.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
lost me.
Try again.
So, because the note is, hold on, I'm trying to think. I make these notes and it makes sense to me when I'm making them, and then I
It's
go
okay.
back to read them and I'm like, it makes no sense.
You got this.
So
One of us will be.
the budget includes both revenue and food expenses related to the concession trailer. But the food costs increase, right, went from, the food costs increased by $35,000 from last year to this year.
Right, so we would reduce,
Just forget about like breaking it out, but the total overall,
Yes.
food costs went up by $35,000, but revenue only went up by 20.
Oh, you're asking me why did the food costs go up more than the revenue cost?
Sherry, you're starting to understand my brain. That's scary.
Good job, Sherry.
all right, so hold on, I'm gonna try and make sure now I'm understanding this.
The next step is translating Jen to
Yep,
others.
and I'm gonna, because I have to think back honestly to what we did, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest. I may have to get back to you to make sure
Okay.
that I'm saying the right things, I don't wanna misspeak. There are obviously other things within private catering.
I guess my question
That
is,
are-
shouldn't our income be going up more than our costs? Like, our revenue should be increasing more than our costs are increasing if our intent is to make money off of the catering, which I'm assuming it is.
Oh, I see what
I
you're
see what you're
saying.
saying. Well,
There we
because
go.
the
There we go.
concession, so when I did it, because we had no idea what to expect from the concession, I just did, we anticipated what the food cost would be, which would be 12,000,
Okay.
and saying that we would have to make a minimum of 12,000 in revenue to be able to offset that. So
Okay.
that's what we included, because we couldn't anticipate that we would make any more. So when we had our original food cost that we had done separate of concession, and our original catering, in what we thought the increases would just be based over year, and then we did a 12 and a 12. So there are other factors playing into it
Okay.
that are not really related to the concession. Like I did a straight 12 and 12 on top of what we had already factored based on all of our other discussions about rising food costs or
Okay.
revenue for income. So
It's not a one-to-one.
it's not a
Okay.
one-to-one.
Okay,
just
maybe
because-
when you pull out the
For
concession,
ease
it'll
of me
make
being
it a
able to
little
do
bit-
exactly what we're
Okay.
doing now is thinking that, we weren't sure if this was something we were gonna consider, but we wanted to kind of see how that would play into the overall budget,
Okay.
so I tried to make it easy.
All right.
And may have overcome.
Maybe when you pull out the concession, it'll look a little bit clearer. So last time we had talked about, you would propose increasing the cost of breakfast by 50 cents.
Correct.
But you had also floated perhaps increasing lunch by 25 cents.
Yes.
But that change did not get put through in this
Well,
version, correct?
I did not put it through in this version because I felt like there was gonna be more discussion on it.
Okay.
It was just something I had kind of thrown out there as an option, so when we were discussing the increase, in the meal prices, and again,
Right.
step in anytime.
No, you're doing good.
When we were discussing the meal prices, the breakfast is where we are struggling because our costs exceed, the price that we charge right now. So when you're looking at just a straight fiscal decision, we say we need to increase our breakfast, prices because the cost is higher. Keeping it within the same realm of where the issue is. But by doing that, there are less breakfasts served, there are less families that utilize that service. So the cost to a family is higher because it's not spread across as
Yeah.
many families. So my suggestion to do the increase at the lunch price, even though it's not a direct correlation to the issue at hand. In the grand scheme of the revenue is one big bucket of money.
Right.
If we were to make the increase at the lunch price, it's going across more meals and it's going across more families. So the cost to a family would be the difference, I think, from either $90 per family at the breakfast level to $45 per family at the lunch.
Yep.
So the increase, I believe, needs to happen to be fiscally responsible and to be smart with what we're doing. It's, you know, it's never good. We never want to say we have to charge families more, but we can't operate losing money because eventually our surplus will be gone and we need to be able to be fiscally responsible. So I think that the ultimate question is, it's going to have roughly the same impact. We can make it have, you know, we can work it so that our budget is going to be fine and everything will be okay. It's just determining what do we think is the best decision for our families and for the district. We could do it either way. So happy to discuss.
What's in here?
In here is breakfast.
So the full, you had given us a couple options for the breakfast increase, so what percentage increase is in here?
50 cents. 50 cents. At 50 cents, it gets us to where we need to be fiscally responsible with the cost of what it takes to produce the breakfast for a student.
But you were saying like we could switch it to 25 cents on the lunch, and it's the same amount of revenue coming in.
Because of the volume of lunch that we serve.
I personally would rather do it on lunch because it's less of an impact to the families.
Yep.
Yeah, I still think 25 cents doesn't sound as, you know, I don't think it's noticeable.
How does that math? It doesn't, sorry, and I'm sure it does, but like.
Because breakfast is half,
So
say it's 100,
It's not the same break though. So like the amount of lunches that we sell with the 25% increases versus the amount of breakfast that we sell at a 50% increase, that math is not math in my head.
if
You think we get more?
Yeah, it should be more. Like
so
25 cents times however many lunches should bring us more.
Then X amount of breakfast is at 50.
Yeah.
like do we
the
sell
amount of breakfast
double
that
the
we
amount
serve.
of breakfast or more than double?
So without it in front of me,
Yeah.
I need to go back and
Yeah.
look at my notes. What I was concerned with was the fiscal impact to the family was the difference.
Right.
No, I get that.
I was
That would
looking
be
at the
more
90 and the
revenue.
45.
There
So
would be greater revenue with the lunch
you
increase.
will, if we were to serve the exact same lunches, we would get, I think what I was trying to articulate is that we will cover the breakfast cost and everything would be fine doing the 25 cents. So you don't have to do 50 cents at lunch to get the same impact. But yes, ultimately, if there are more lunches than there are breakfasts at 25 cents, you will bring in more revenue than if you're just looking at the 50 cent for breakfast. Both of them cover the expenses. I
Does
guess
it
my
have to be,
goal.
I guess my question is, does it have to be 25 cents?
Well, that's what I was going to
Yeah,
say.
could it be
Could we
15
do
cents?
the negative
I
for
mean,
the
we can sit
breakfast
here-
divided by the number of lunches that we serve so that we're only covering the cost and we're not doing more?
We can
Because
crunch the
15
numbers. I mean, we
people
can
that
certainly.
need lunch.
We can
Yeah,
get
like
the
if we only need to
scenarios.
raise $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly crunch the numbers to get-
However many
Does-
lunches.
We're
Does-
adding
need to be.
15 cents, we might as well make it 25 cents. That's how I look at it, but we'll crunch the numbers and give you some scenarios.
I mean, do
I
you
understand what
know
you're saying,
the
like-
dollar amount that you need to, like, what is the dollar amount that we're trying to bridge the gap on?
What's the deficit?
Hold on, do you have your?
It sounds like we're not going to land this plane today either, so
I might have it in my notes. I
Okay.
just want to check. I might
I was just saying
actually
no
have all of
pressure
the
because
numbers crunched. Let me just see if I.
we also don't have like the accurate numbers in front of us, right? Because we need to back out whatever you were saying. You
Exactly,
Need to
so
back
I
out,
would-
so
I
I'm
would
not
have to-
comfortable approving it.
Yeah.
Like I would like
was
to
thinking it was
see it.
gonna approximately be about 30,000.
30, it was, I was,
30,000
one was
with
32,
the
if
25
I
cent
remember.
increase. Yeah, so 30,000 increase in revenue.
The other one was-
From our original meeting, I mean, we
Yeah.
can come
Yeah.
back
I
with the
don't- I
hard,
don't have
we
the
can come
notes
back
in
with the
this
hard
notebook.
numbers.
But what we
I would
can
also
do is,
have to. I would imagine that it would only be on lunches that people actually pay
Pay
for
for,
versus
correct.
free and
Yeah,
reduced
paid
lunch. So you have
lunches.
to factor that math into
right,
it.
and
Yeah,
that
that's
is the
factored
numbers
in.
that we use.
Yeah.
We use just
Paid
for paid
lunches
lunches.
only.
Mhm.
But I
Yeah.
know what you're saying, because like 25 cents is $45 for the 180 days, where 15 cents is like $27.
Yeah.
So it's more
The
like,
math doesn't math.
what per family do we need to make up the difference for breakfast?
So I'm gonna run. Well, I have the
Yeah, like
breakfast
if we're trying to
numbers.
get $30,000
But I-
and we serve 5,000 lunches, take 30,000 divided by 5, and that's how much you have to add to every lunch,
In theory,
in theory.
paid lunch. Other questions on the budget?
My other question was regarding staffing and the substitute line. I know we talked about this before, which feels like 6 months ago.
1,000 years ago.
So, where are we? So, we had $75,000 in the budget for substitutes. We've got 90 this year. I keep hearing we can't get them, we can't keep them, we can't pay them, right? So, is 90 enough? Do we need to do something different with the way we're staffing? Like what, because I hear you, Trish, like it's not an option. Like this is a necessity. This is not something that we should be looking at as, you know, something that we're doing sporadically or less than wholeheartedly. So like how do we ensure that we have people in our buildings who are feeding our children, right? Like, and how do we ensure that we're paying people like so that they will want this job?
Steal it for
Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
by all means.
this is a very kind of touchy topic, but I'm just going to put it out there.
It's my
in the world
favorite.
because I feel like it needs to be said. So you know, I think part of the issue we have. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but our food service people are part of our ESP contract, and I think that makes it very challenging because we cannot mold the position to what we need for food service because we are bound by a lot of the restrictions that are in this ESP contract. And that's not to say that the contract is bad, but there are some very unique things that happen within food service that don't happen within ESP. And so to break that out is challenging. And so I think that's part of our problem is that we are, for example, you know, they're typically 10-month employees. In most districts, food service people don't work in the summers. They have the summers off or they're allowed to file for unemployment.
They are filing. Every other district in Rhode Island is filing.
I mean,
this
that's
with us.
what
Let's
happens.
not go too far off
No,
the.
no, I know, but I'm saying this is
Noted.
why we can't retain them.
Yep, noted.
Yeah.
With that said, though, from a budget standpoint, is there anything, Jen's question from the enterprise budget part is, are we sure that that number's the right number? With the current constraints that we have.
So that number,
Right, Jen? That's the
Yes,
question?
yeah.
Yeah. I also, I'm not discrediting what you were saying. I noted that on a
No,
different
and
sheet
that's
that
fine.
says talk about things later. But I just want to, you know, like, just make sure that we're.
so the number that we have, the 90,000, so, you know, Trish and I talked about this, that was, some of that is tied into the additional position that we've put in here, for assistance, to the supervisor. Because there are things now that we have substitutes are doing that I think would be done by this person. There are roles or ways that it could be filled in, so we
Am
have.
I confused? I don't see the other position in the salary line.
It's down.
It's down at the bottom.
It's in a different line.
It is, I broke it out so that it was,
What line is it
All
on?
the
It
way
is
down
on line
the
68.
bottom, number
I don't know why I felt the need to sing that.
'Cause I'm-
Part of the reason
What is it called?
why it's difficult to fill the positions is because they're part-time seasonal positions.
The position is called District-Wide Assistant to the Child Nutrition Supervisor. Line 68.
That is not on my, whatever. I'm
We don't have the note.
Oh, it's way down.
Way,
It's
way
off
down.
the, off the chart, right?
Not in the grid, correct?
It's not in the grid, it's
Yeah.
not in
Not
the
in
grid.
the grid. Great.
The number, however, is factored into the
It
totals.
says included in salaries on the piece of paper that I'm looking at. District-wide, oh no, that's sustainability.
No, it is, it's cut off, that's why.
I was like, it is not here.
No, it's not there. So when you look under operating reductions,
Thank you.
somehow it's cut off, you can see it, it says,
It got buried.
district-wide assistant child
Hang out my
nutrition
thread here.
supervisor.
You're testing my
Right, right,
insanity.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
But it-
that's why, so.
Oh.
Thank you.
Is it in our
We're
Google
looking
Drive?
at the spreadsheet
did it-
probably,
did it
right?
get
Yeah.
converted to a
I don't know,
PDF?
I'm looking
Yeah,
at the
I'm looking at the
spreadsheet.
Excel
Oh.
That row got
Oh,
chopped.
well, that's why you kept
Right.
saying line
And they
68. I'm like, we
kicked it
can't see
down.
68.
Now, and I was setting with the fact that I couldn't see line 68, but I was like, that is not
Well,
on
and-
here. I do not
It is,
see
it
a
is
salary
squished,
for someone
and so
else.
you only see
I
part
see
of
the
it.
squish now, so
Yeah.
great, awesome, good job. Okay, so it's 64,187 is the number that I'm seeing.
Yes,
I just didn't
that
know that
is
that's what it was.
Correct.
Okay, great, good
I
job.
have no idea why it is squished, and I
And that's
apologize.
salary and
But the
benefits?
64,187, that's what the, yeah, so that
Are they part-time?
goes down the,
That was the research that Trish did was based on the salary, and then, I mean, we based it off of individual benefits.
Yeah.
that would impact it. But that based on her research, that was an appropriate salary for the assistant position.
Rumor has it there's a job description out there somewhere for this?
So I have a job description. It is still being vetted and worked on because we're trying to just tighten it up. But I can forward, if you would like, I can forward the draft. Since this is obviously not getting done tonight anyway, I can forward the draft that we have, or if you'd like to wait till we've kind of fully.
I want to follow whatever process we normally would follow.
So right now, I would say that it's comparable to what you received from a lot of the narratives for the other positions within like the operating budget that we had put forth. So if that is acceptable for what you're looking for, we can certainly provide that to you.
Yeah, that would be great. 'Cause
It's
that's
just not an
consistent
actual
with the
job
ask
description.
that we got from the other.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I just want to be consistent.
So I guess my question, concern, whatever, is like, I want to make sure that we're putting enough in this budget to ensure that we are able to staff the buildings appropriately. And where it seems like everything else year to date is very below the budget numbers so far, the substitute number is not. So I'm concerned that 90 may not be enough.
With that said, if you have another employee that's working with Trish, if there was really a pickle, that person might be able to chip in. You'd have another human that technically could
That
chip
is
in.
exactly how we
Yeah,
arrived
which-
at the 90, was thinking that person would be able to.
Jump in if
Supplement.
needed to be at the, so we wouldn't have to
Not
get a
perfect,
substitute.
just saying.
No, not perfect, not ideal. Ideal would be we're fully staffed, we have everyone in the positions, we have, actual employees, we're not using substitutes, and that is what we're working toward. I will say, we work very closely with HR to constantly market these and put these out to try and fill the positions as opposed to relying on substitutes. It's really, really tough.
I have a silly question. What's the milk per unit cost?
Milk,
Yeah, it went up from 61 to 73.
milk has definitely gone
Yes.
up.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, I
Wasn't
don't,
there didn't we have something that was offsetting it last year that we don't have this year?
no, it's
Not
the
milk.
cows. It is the cows.
So
It's
milk has-
overhead,
Some
it's
people-
energy,
some people feel
it's
about this.
transportation, it's all, believe me, milk.
the cows.
keep-
I was just curious
Yeah,
what the per unit increase was. Just so, when we're explaining the budget to people, I think it helps for that piece. So that was just a very big jump for me for the milk. So when
I
the
feel
town
like
council
George
asks, we'll
Bush
say it's the
and
cows.
loaf of bread thing that you
Yeah.
went through.
This is another silly question. Are we legally required to give milk?
Yes,
Yes, it's
Okay.
part of the reimbursable
yes,
lunch.
we are. We're legally required to offer it.
Now, I will say, they do,
The kids don't necessarily have to take it with their reimbursable meal, and it would still be reimbursable,
Understood.
which is something
they
in
go
the
for
recent
offer
years.
serve.
Yeah, upper serve, even at the elementary level.
Mhm. Okay.
I do
Makes
know
sense.
that they, that it's not always a guarantee, it doesn't happen every year, but I do know that they do put out, is the USDA puts out, grants for milk.
Well, so that's what I.
Yeah.
So we can certainly,
Yeah,
start looking
we're out to
into-
bid, our milk is out to bid with over 40 other districts collaboratively.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's all, I think. Yeah, that's it for the budget part.
Okay.
Erin,
So-
I'm thinking it's in the low 40s, but I'll let you know.
Wait, what do you mean?
The milk.
For the milk, per
Yeah,
unit.
the milk.
Like a carton? I was
Yeah.
curious, does low 40, 40 cents?
40 some cents on
Okay.
hand, yeah.
I was like,
Like for those little cartons of milk?
Individually wrapped.
Packaging,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no,
Think
no.
about it, yeah.
Now, and.
The milk itself doesn't cost that much.
No, I wrote down, it's the cows.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions regarding this? Is it okay if we see it one more time, Leslie?
We can, and that's fine. If it's okay, can we just kind of do a quick rundown of what the expectation is that you'd like to have before we come so that we can be prepared, fully prepared, and move forward? I'm gonna make sure I have answers to everyone's questions, so that we're not wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, are there outstanding questions? I just wanted to see the actual correct doc.
Do we have to approve the spend down at the next meeting?
No,
Okay.
no, the spend down can be done, I think, honestly, at any time, independent of this, and we can change it, it can be kind of a fluid document as the year is going on. I don't think it necessarily has to be tied to the budget unless
I see them being friends, because if you're doing the spend down and you're like, hey, let's use the spend down this year to pay for the milk, which we would not do because we have to do the milk. But like, that's where I see them being friends, is that if it impacts this, like if you are utilizing the.
So like last year, they had to be merged because we actually had spend down directly impacting budget line items. So we were using it to balance our budget.
But this year we're not.
This year we are not.
So that's why they can.
I guess my only ask would be is if you are planning on revenue or cost in the budget from that concession trailer, just add that revenue and cost as a separate line item in the budget so that we can see that.
Okay.
Or pull it out.
Oh, I was just gonna pull it out.
Pull it out, okay.
Because that is,
Are we not getting it? I'm confused. I'm lost again.
We still have it.
I think you should just leave it in as the same amount revenue and an expense, because then even if we don't do it, it's not really going to change the
But
bottom
we don't know
line.
how much it is, that's the problem.
At the last meeting, there was just a lot of discussion about not having presented it prior and having no knowledge of it. So
Yes.
I think there was a lot of information that still needs to be provided.
Yep.
I think it would be a great idea, and I would recommend that we do move forward, but for the purposes of our
You could always
budget.
put it in after.
That's what I was going to say. So we could just do it later.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would say pull those out, and then, like, it sounds like people want to see a different approach to the deficit cost on the breakfast than how it's currently.
We want to check the math.
Yeah,
Make sure
sure.
that we're, yeah.
So am I correct in understanding that we are in agreement that it is okay to consider an increase in meal prices? It's just how we do that
Yes.
is the part that we want to present a different idea. So the concept of keeping our budget the way it is, understanding that we need to increase those meal prices is just that
How we
do
roll
it
out
and how
to
it's
the
represented in this
yes.
budget
Yep.
will change. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's like telling us, like, not just saying, hey, 25 cents, but actually saying, like, oh, the numbers,
I'll put all the dollars.
whatever
and
the
what it
number
would tie to
is
and what it would
per
equate to.
what it's
Absolutely.
going to be,
Yeah, I think it's gonna be about 30,000, if I remember correctly.
and then we can approve that to say, go ahead and increase the price next year.
Other questions that we want clarifications on for this one? Okay. Are there others, or was that it?
That was it.
Okay.
That's it.
So
I'll make a motion to approve the enterprise budgets for gate receipts, computer repair, and musical.
is it fine to take them like that?
Or do you need to do each one
You
I'm
like
gonna
separately?
do them separately.
Know
but-
that.
All right.
Sorry.
Sorry, dude, you know that.
All right. Make a motion to approve the gate receipt enterprise fund.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, second one?
I'll make a motion to approve the computer repair enterprise fund.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
There's one more.
Keep going, Sherry.
I'll make a motion to approve the musical enterprise fund.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we can just not do the other one and come back, because we don't need to table it, because the agenda item's not like that,
Okay.
so.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thanks. Alright, so we're going to skip B and circle back to that later. Let's go on to item C. Can I get a motion for C, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. 26-27 calendar. We had presented this previously. We wanted to make sure that the community had time to, if they wanted to send us feedback on it, etc.
Maybe we should add more snow days.
I was pondering that,
I'm kidding.
but here we are. Any questions, comments, thoughts on the calendar as presented?
I know we talked about it. I really have to apologize. My brain is fried. I know we talked about this. We have 2 in-person PDs before, and then the other 2 are asynchronous.
Asynchronous.
And they're going to be spent doing what?
It's asynchronous, it's on the MLL training that we have to do.
MLL training.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And did we change?
And we changed the wording so that it was clear that it is.
It's off.
It's off.
We just
Okay.
pulled it.
Okay.
And then we wanted to make sure, on November 3rd, it was noted that it was election day, because that wasn't on there.
Yep.
And Passover is on there from April 21st to April 29th.
So, the election day, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, election day is parent.
Why are we
teacher
using,
conference day.
are we using just a special color because of parent conference?
They were using it because it's a staff day, but not a student day, and it's not a PD day. So it's always been.
So it's got its own color.
Yeah, okay, great. Are we can we change, no, can't do that yet, never mind. Okay. Any other questions regarding this? Ken, what's the timeline usually for getting the calendar out to folks, like in the,
As soon as it's approved.
Okay,
by the school
yeah.
committee, Jules will share it out and send it out to everyone.
alright, that's great, just
This
because.
is a typical time of year when we try to get it
I
out.
don't think Passover's a week.
We checked the dates back in the beginning.
Like the,
And she looked it up, so. That's for 2027, right?
oh, it's most certainly not that many days.
No, it is.
It is.
Evening of Wednesday, April
through the
21st to Thursday,
it's
April
overnight.
29th.
Yeah,
Huh.
that's correct.
This is 27?
Yeah.
April 21st through April 29th.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just for the clarification's sake, this year,
It's one day. Next year is.
No.
it's weird.
the calendar is just different. The way we wrote it is different on the calendar.
Okay.
Passover for this year is April 1st through the 9th.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? I was just saying it's great that we're sending it out soon because I think, because we have, I can't remember the last time we started before Labor Day, so just making sure that families are
Yeah.
aware of that, and maybe when we do send it out, like really distinctively saying that, like that, so that folks can plan and think and.
Yeah, I had a few parents reach out to me and said, are we starting before Labor Day? And I was like, if this gets approved, then yes, so.
My work is not starting until the 9th, school's not starting.
Really?
Yeah, we're doing the opposite direction, so, which is interesting. Okay, anything else?
No, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, moving on to D, can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Do we have a memo? Questions from the committee?
I had a question. I don't know if this is a crazy question. With the trademarking, do you need the person who created the logo to sign off? Like, how does that all work?
Well, I think that's, if you look at the memo, it's a good question, right? That's why you do this, you search the trademark database and you see if anyone else has done anything similar. Like, I don't have any idea who drafted these, and my guess is we probably don't know
I do for
collectively as a
Forest Park.
district.
That's why I was asking.
What's that?
I do for Forest Park, like
Oh.
a mom who did graphic design did it for us.
Oh, I thought you said you had designed it.
I
and
did not design it.
was
I have
going to be
my
impressed.
The one
my
for the early
mom.
learning center came from a student at the high school.
I mean,
So I was just saying, like, do we need their
It doesn't
permission?
matter, though.
Which I'm sure they would give us their permission, but I was just curious how that.
yeah, I think
works.
as long as if we trademark it and it's not similar to anyone else's, once we trademark it, if you do it through the state process, which is what Gwen pointed out here, it's $50 and it's protected in Rhode Island,
So it doesn't matter who actually created the design. That was my question more.
unless they've trademarked it.
But also, to whoever created it, gave it to the school department to
Yeah.
use.
Right, they did.
So-
I don't think there'd be an issue. I just didn't know if we had to
Right.
get their sign off
It's a good question.
legally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do know there was another question about, that came in about if we did trademark these, could parent-teacher organizations and that sort of thing use them? The answer is yes, you just have to do some kind of like a licensing agreement where, we agree the PTO at such and such a school can use our trademark logo at no cost.
So that's what's weird, because I bet you all these logos were created by the PTOs. Yeah, like
Don't know.
Well, we're gonna say that they
It's
can use them
possible,
anyway, so
we
it's
don't know
fine.
that. But
yeah. I was just saying that that's kind of my gut.
Yeah. Okay, so questions regarding this?
So the one that I have, and the reason why I up was the concern about, like the black and gold in the north being used kind of like to give an appearance of association with like north when there really isn't one. Like that's kind of the one that I have the biggest concern about, not so much like with Paddington the Bear or the Odd or whatever it is for, you know, the early learning center. Like, so
No one's coming.
that would be the one that I would say, you know, if we were going to move forward, would be the one that I would want to see us do.
We don't
is like,
we don't use the words black and gold. And we know if there's a camp in town.
No, I'm saying like the black and gold NK, like
Yes.
that is what I am saying.
That's what that NK is used for athletics.
Yes,
Mostly.
like, so that is the one that I think we should be looking at trademarking. And so, I certainly don't see, no reason why we couldn't do the Wildcats or anything like that, but it's that visual association with a black and gold NK that is automatically associated with North Kingstown. And so that would be the one that I would want to see us move forward with and that I would make a recommendation on doing. And there are other schools that have done theirs. It's actually kind of funny if you read the descriptions. One of them says like a wistful looking husky, so I'm not sure how we would like describe the north. And maybe we just want to do the ones that say North Kingstown versus, you know, the individual schools, but that would be my recommendation. And I don't know how we would phrase it, like the letters NK in black and gold, or the word north in black and gold, or like it, or any like iteration of that, but.
Rec programs that use NK North Black and Gold?
Well, I think, like Ken said, that we could say, like, you know, they could use it, like, with the agreement that it is.
I'm going to assume it's very similar to like a corporate name.
Yeah.
Once you apply for the Secretary of State, they'll scan to see if you have any, you know, if it's Hennius law and someone else is Hennius 1 law, they may say, no, you're too close. And then if someone else is infringing on that, you just file and you can send them a cease and desist letter, or you can simply say, hey, you're free to use the NK logo as trademarked, but, you know, we're going to put it in writing. You can only use it for a year. You can only use it for 6 months. I mean, it's really.
It might be worth checking in with the town though about like.
what.
Yeah, like how many.
So I don't think the
How
goal
they
is to
use it.
prevent the rec department
No,
from.
of course
Yeah,
not.
yeah. So like maybe there could be some collaboration with
Yeah.
the town on that.
I mean, you could always trademark it and then you go to the town and say no problem. I mean, that's totally up to you guys. And to be fair, someone may have already trademarked something very similar to this, and we're behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What Andrew's describing in terms of like oversight, who would be responsible for that?
Honestly, the way this has come up to me has not been athletics. It's somebody goes to Stop and Shop and all of a sudden they see a sweatshirt there for $35 that says North Kingston School Department, and they're like, what? And because it's not trademarked, someone took it and made it and put it up there. So I don't
Would it apply to
anticipate
social
that you.
media?
Yeah. I mean, and I've also seen it at election times. I've seen people who maybe are running for, let's say, the North Kingston School Committee, and they put a North Kingston School Department logo on their thing. That's technically, if you've trademarked that, you can't do that either. So I mean, it's monitored on a.
I'm only raising it because
Because
monitoring is going to be a significant challenge when you're talking about the level of.
I don't know
social
that you can
media
actually monitor
postings
it.
and-
I think it's more like one of those situations where if someone reports, "Hey, I saw this," or someone reports, "Hey, I was on a lacrosse website and they had a black and gold NK," then you send a cease and desist letter.
They have all those sort of things.
I don't know that you monitor. I don't think there's any active way to monitor it that I'm aware of.
I don't think anyone in the school department has time to.
Yeah,
monitor it.
yeah.
No, and I'm not saying that anybody should be actively monitoring it. I'm saying that it's out there as a recourse should somebody be using it.
To try to get unofficial affiliation
Right.
with
Yeah.
the district.
And you send them a letter after
Yeah.
that. Yep.
Okay. Do we have, so. Are we making a motion for next step? Is this informational only? What's the vibe? On where we would like to go. Jen's kind of saying like that, particularly like for the ones that we associate with the department and the high school, like working through those. Does other committee members have thoughts on where we want to go next? I do agree that it might be helpful for some of them, I look at it in a different lens. Like sometimes at my work, we have different issues where people are using it in a way that does not align with our values or mission, and that's where I sometimes see it. Obviously, I have a different clientele, but I do think, like Rob, to your point, it's more like reactive. That you're not like it's just if
That's
something
a good way of
happens, where
putting
you're
it,
like,
right.
oh, we really don't want that NK associated with that picture, or
I-
like it's more of those sort of things than.
Understood. I just
Policing
think
it.
consistency is
Yeah.
important. So
Yeah.
I think that when we are thinking of this, seeing how much NK is out there and how social media is in terms of things being put publicly, like I just think it's important to have consistency.
Any other questions regarding this, or a motion to move something forward? We have the memo from Ken.
I mean, because I would say, Rob, like if you saw like this NK here, right, like out there somewhere, like
Which one?
like without the skipper face, right, but just like the
It's
letters
just NK, yep.
NK, right? If you saw that, I think most people would say like if you saw that NK like in conjunction with something having to do with the school department, right?
Mhm.
But it wasn't the school department.
Yep.
Your automatic assumption would be that it is school department related.
100% true.
Right. So that's kind of where I'm going with
Yeah,
this.
and I hear you, and I have no issue with that. My issue, however, is just like applying a level of of consistent oversight
Right.
of it. You know what I mean? Because it's a symbol that's widely used on in a number of different ways, and to Andrew's point, it's just the application of it
Yeah.
can be.
Yeah, and you're not going to catch them all, but for the ones, and in reality, it probably shouldn't be, right?
Mhm.
But this gives a recourse for ones where, when they do come up,
Can I ask a crazy question? Do you also in the trademark it's a certain gold color? It's the. I was just curious.
Yeah, that's actually a
Do you
great
know what I
question. I don't know. I know, like with the Secretary of State and names, they'll be the final arbiter,
Hex
if you
colors.
will, of what it is. I don't know how specific. That's a darker shade of gold versus a lighter shade of gold. I think we probably have. My suggestion was, if you're interested, we try one and see it's $50. It's not like it's super expensive.
Yeah, I agree with Jen. I think it's more NK. I feel like the elementary schools.
do we have a
no one's really stealing those.
Do we have a specific organization that we're concerned about that's currently using the NK logo? I mean, I think it's just helpful to know kind of what we're.
it's kind of like that, like Aaron
reason
said,
and
right? You
purpose.
see, or like Andrew said, Walmart has the T-shirts, right?
Yep, CVS does.
CVS does. There are organizations that use
Also,
NK
mine.
that aren't affiliated with NK. And I think, as a matter of practice, there are other districts that do trademark their logos. Like Bishop Hendricken has a trademark for their logo, right? Who are the other ones?
I think she had right here in the memo. There was a couple
Exeter.
Bristol Orange,
Yeah.
Cecil
Yeah.
Bowles.
Well, it's almost being proactive because what if someone does put something out using the logo and it's negative, right? So it's more being proactive
Well, and
that if that happens in the future, at least we don't have to panic about it.
And it's
Well,
not only
if it
that,
happens in
it's
the future, you'd have no recourse.
right, but it's also
No, I mean if we trademark
Yeah,
it, we
yeah.
to
would.
tell people
Yeah.
and to let people know if you're buying that T-shirt at CVS, the money's not going to the school department.
Even though
Yeah.
they say it is.
Even though they might have the NK on it, we're not getting anything out of that, so it's not supporting the booster club or whatever.
All right, so if someone wants to move forward something, let's make a motion, and then we can move on to.
So I would make a motion that we move forward with trademarking the NK logo in conjunction with the colors black and gold, however, not the words black and gold, but the colors.
The actual.
The color scheme.
So
color scheme black and gold.
If I look at it's underneath, at least on my thing, it's underneath the North Kingston home of the Skippers. There's a fisherman, and then there's an NK logo right next to it. You're talking about the NK.
Yeah, it's just the NK.
That's
And
it.
that's on the.
You can still be a fisherman.
No,
Yeah, that's the guy right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Got
let's
it.
just start with that, and
So
then
it's up there on our website.
go from there.
Yep. Perfect.
Is that, okay, so we have a motion, Jen, does that have a real motion? Motion to move forward with that. Did you make
motion
an
to
actual
approve.
motion?
Yeah, that was my motion.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, I'm hearing no more further question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Or was it
No.
just a delayed aye?
No, that's
Oh,
a no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so 4-1, motion carries. Moving on to the next item. Policies, Jen?
I will a motion to discuss DJF, DJC purchasing procedures, competitive bidding.
Second.
This is the first read of an existing policy which has been revised to update the dollar limits in accordance with the town charter. We've also updated the language to mimic the town charter where applicable, and then added a section about contracting with small businesses, minority businesses, women's businesses, and labor surplus firms. In addition, we pulled in parts of policy DJF purchasing procedures, and then we'll be recommending that policy would be deleted once these revisions are approved. We've also today got some additional revisions that I'll be putting forward at the next meeting from Ken and Bridget based on some emergency purchasing procedures that came up during the snowstorm. So we'll be seeing some additional revisions at the second read. So we will be seeing this policy one more time before voting on it.
Okay, any questions regarding those?
Yes. So I will be honest, I only browsed through it. And I think this is probably covered enough, but between now and the second read, I'm gonna go back and double check. Does everybody think there's enough language in there related to the bond? So for instance, when we have change orders, Kenny, we've been talking about coming up going forward with the bond projects. You may have to make like an executive decision about change orders. I do know there is language in here about change orders, but I don't know if it should be specific to bond projects. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Andrew?
it makes perfect sense. What I've seen in the past and what a lot of districts are doing now, not necessarily in their purchasing policy, but they will come up with an actual process or protocol, however you want to call it, and I would suggest you do it here as well. That's approved by this school committee that says change orders of this nature are approved at this level. Because otherwise you'll get bogged down in the minutia of these things and nothing will ever get done.
So the question is then, would it obviously has to be a procedure, but would it be something put into
I haven't seen it, Megan, in an actual purchasing policy. The way I've always seen it is in a separate, not even a building policy. In fact, to be honest with you, Warwick's doing it right now. Their building committee's coming up with something. They're going to submit it to the school committee, and then the school committee is going to deliberate about it and then approve it. I don't believe it's going to be approved as a policy. I think it's just going to be approved as a procedure for their high school construction projects.
Okay, that's interesting. How would we do that? We don't really have
So like
documents.
like operating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, usually, I can speak to what they're doing. They're doing it through the building committee with the assistance of I think they have left field, their peregrine, which is going to say, look, these are how these projects work. These are how these things come in. These are the things that are time sensitive. These are the things that we're giving you permission at your level to handle. However, if you're going from a 3-story building to a 4-story building, we'd like to know about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff they're talking
Right now,
about.
the policy has it that superintendent is authorized to approve change orders that exceed 10%, up to 10%, but not greater than 15,000. Which I think is a low number compared to some of the projects we're doing.
It also depends on what the nature of the change order is. Are you
Right.
talking about going from stainless steel screws to something else, which could be $100,000? Or are you talking about the physical appearance of the building? I mean, I think that there's a lot of things
I
that you
think
guys are going to want to talk
concerned
I
about.
think
we're
we should-
concerned about the smaller change orders, right? Like something comes in to change the material, or you have to add this to add this. Not a major change order, but
But there might need to be something for bonds, right?
well,
Don't you think there should be like
I don't know if
separate
I wouldn't have it specific to bonds.
I mean, we've done it for building.
I would have it specific to the school construction.
That's
Okay,
the way.
yeah,
You know
okay.
what I mean? Because not everything's coming out.
That's sorry, that's what I meant.
That's
'Cause
exactly
we're-
what Warwick
that's what our
did.
bond is for.
What I
but
can
yeah.
what I can do is since you're just starting to talk about it now, I can get. They have a draft that I've seen.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can get that draft and just give it to you to take a
Because
look
we
at.
did-
It may or may not work for you guys. And East Providence has another good one too, who just did their high school. They had a protocol in place that was similar. So I'll try and grab both of those.
Okay,
and
yeah, I
give
think
you
that'd be
guys a
helpful.
starting
Thank
point
you.
anyway.
Other questions? Jen, you have a typo. I'm disappointed that Sherry didn't catch it. Purchasing of goods or services you have $2 signs before 5,000 or less than
The harm,
1,000.
where is it?
On the top of page 2.
I've actually learned all that she said. Jules and Joni go to the point.
Is it possible? Do you have the other one redlined?
No, because it's totally
Like,
it was like redone
Okay.
from start to finish. I mean, yeah, there were a lot of changes.
Okay.
I will
Mostly just being in compliance with the
Yeah, I I will find that typo. Okay, any more questions on this one?
No.
Okay.
No.
Make a motion to discuss DJF purchasing procedures.
Second.
This is the first read of an existing policy which is being recommended for deletion. Necessary portions of this policy have been incorporated into policy DJC, and once those revisions are approved, this policy can be deleted. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it.
Okay. And Megan did make a note about the change order memo, like that was
Okay,
good.
thanks. Yeah, I think what Andrew is going to get us hopefully will be helpful.
At least a starting point.
Right.
And
just
Peregrine
put it
actually
for
did East
future
Providence, so they may even have East Providence one handy, so I'll check in with them as well.
Central Falls might have done one. There's all sorts of buildings being built before
Yeah,
buildings
okay.
being built. Okay, moving on to new business. Dr. Duva, I can make a motion for item A.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Duva.
Yeah, so next is the recap of the blizzard, just to update everyone. I submitted a memo to you, so you have a summary of everything that happened last week. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I'll just summarize. First, I just want to put a big thank you out there to our maintenance staff and to our custodial staff. They worked around the clock. So from the start of the blizzard on that Sunday, and I have all the times in this memo for you, but they were there from Sunday straight through to Tuesday. Our maintenance staff, our six-member crew, they slept overnight in the school buildings, just being there, being ready to clear the snow, and they worked around the clock, and they continued to be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. They did an amazing job. We can't thank them enough for the hard work that they did, and the custodial staff that came in as well. You go around some of the schools, high school parking lot, you wouldn't think there was a blizzard there. I also want to thank our town manager, DPW department, and EMA. We worked very closely with them, daily conversations, daily phone calls, checking in on the needs across the town. Very helpful between the town and us, with Bridget as our new director of operations and Armin, our interim facilities director, being able to get larger equipment coming in. That was a necessity because we weren't able to move everything. We had our own trucks getting stuck time to time. There was so much snow, and our trucks are smaller with the plows, and they were getting stuck in the snow. Our bobcats as well, having to get repaired. We had very, very close coordination with the town, with them helping us as well. So that covers a lot of the snow removal part of it. We also had other contractors coming in. We have a contractor that does the plowing for the high school, the middle school, and the D building. We had to work with them, and they had to bring in additional crews. They helped bring in additional equipment, and they also helped around the district and some of the other buildings. We called the roofing company that we have. They came in to check on the roofs. They cleared snow off the roofs. We had some major leaks at Quinnesset that we're still dealing with, and so we had the company in there over the weekend, continuing to clear the snow, and then our maintenance staff working on the leaks that we have in Quinnesset. We were able to get things cleaned up. It didn't impact, we didn't have materials and supplies damaged, but it was leaks on the floor. We had obviously garbage barrels in there over the weekend. So we're identifying where those concerns are. We did have conversations with Peregrine, that with our timeline of all of the roofs that we need that we're going to be working on within our projects, moving Quinnesset up to hopefully get that done next year. So as a result,
We don't
of
need
what
the
we're-
drone work anymore. We now know where the
well, no,
spots
so
are.
we still don't know, because that water leaked, and we're
Yes,
trying to figure out where it's trapped.
Where the actual spot was.
Drones will be coming in for that. So that's a concern that we're still working on and watching very closely. Let's see.
Student committees are forward.
Yeah, I think we had a few meetings with the town. I just want to point out that on that Sunday, we met with town EMA just to prepare, to make sure we had everything ready in place for what we obviously were expecting, not knowing what, but making sure that we had maintenance staff in place, the equipment was in place, that we had a coordinated effort of a phone tree who were calling, who were checking in with. Throughout the week, we had staff making multiple visits across the schools, checking in on the schools. We were doing that. Then we got to the point where we were working with DPW on making sure that our streets and neighborhoods were plowed out for busing. So we had staff going out, we had bus drivers going out. Kurt and his wife, they're here tonight, so thank you. They were out helping as well, driving around neighborhoods and really just trying to point out areas that needed to be replowed. And that was out of the request of the town manager and head of the DPW department, Mr. White, just to make sure that we were ready. I think I want to stress how much we were collaborating with the town and the school department and the help from them. I think both of us on both ends really trying to make things work and making sure that we were getting ready for school. And then we started looking at we're getting schools ready, we're making sure things are laid out, but then also knowing that our families need support. And Bridget and Trish working together on a plan to be able to get food out to our families. So I want to thank Trish and our child nutrition services. We had staff coming in. We had volunteers that came out on Wednesday. We bagged lunches. And then on Thursday, we went out and we delivered food. Some of you helped as well. And so we went into the neighborhoods and we had locations around. And we had over 250 bags that we prepared. But with the number of meals inside that bag and the number of families, it was actually over 2,500 meals because we had about 4 meals in each of those bags. So we served a good amount of families, and Trish had an email and a phone number, so she was getting calls after that. So I think that was a great thing that we did in supporting the town and our families. The other thing, communication. I mean, you saw the videos I put out. I think it was really important to be communicating out to families, getting information out daily so they know what was happening. We got a lot of feedback on the communication from the town and from people. So that was I think a big piece that really helped, so people knew what was going on. They saw what was happening in the videos and the pictures that we were putting out. And then we had a meeting on Sunday with the town EMA, just to kind of go over what was done, just making sure that we were ready to go into the next week. We will be getting reimbursements from the state level with FEMA, so we have a lot of documentation that we have to put together that's actually due Thursday. So we're trying to figure exactly, to what degree we have to submit, because we don't have all our bills. Like we know hours, right, labor-wise, of our staff that came in. We know what,
like the damaged vehicles and stuff.
Well, and the damage we wouldn't know yet. So it includes everything, right, to the point of paying our staff, to contractors that came in, equipment. We did police details at a few of our schools yesterday and today just because of traffic that we were expecting. Even the food that we handed out, all of that, we have to calculate. But it's very specific, so Bridget, Armin, and Leslie, they're all working on that. So you have to go down to the detail of what machine was at what building and how many hours and what time were they there. So we're pulling all of that together. So we're going to start getting those estimates and submit what we can for Thursday along with the town. And I think we're still going to see, once the snow melts, any damage. Like we had a parking lot where a storm grate was lifted up out of the ground because of the plow, which that happens. Any other leaks that we might see in the schools, we're just really keeping track of all of that. So that's it. Any questions?
No, I like the videos. I thought they were and easy to watch.
Yeah.
Because I think families don't always like to read everything, so I thought the videos were a good idea.
Dr. Duba reporting live from the parking lot at Quinn. No, I agree with Sherry. I do want to note, and I might have missed it if you said it already, Ken, a thank you to the food bank. I believe that they...
Yes, thank you. So the food bank, also Trish worked along with the food bank, with the food pantry as well, in supporting us with some of the food that we handed out. And they were out there that day as well, helping to pass food out.
Any questions, comments?
No, just thank you to you and to everybody. It was a very long week, but the communication that came from you and everybody else was amazing. I know it wasn't easy, but I think keeping people informed, like you said, proactively and just really communicating what was going on. And I saw a lot of stuff from other communities, and I really think that you really were a leader in this area, and especially with the food distribution. I think that was super important, and I really appreciate everybody who spent 3 days away from their family, making sure that, buildings were safe, that it would be safe for students to come back, and hopefully this won't have to happen again for another 30 years. And, but it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. We'll pass that on to
Jen, do
everybody.
you
And
think
also,
78 was 30 years ago?
You know I don't do math.
I'm just saying.
47, 48.
I know, I was just calling Jen on the,
And I just
like,
wanted
no,
to,
1982 was last year.
Yeah.
the Fishing Cove staff did a breakfast today for the maintenance staff. So
Oh,
that's
that's
something we
nice.
got this morning. So
All right, any questions regarding we have 3 Blizzard related items, but on the recap from Dr. Duba. Okay, so let's move on, thank you Ken for that, let's move on to item B, can I get a motion for revisions to the 25-26 school calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, yeah.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on this, Dr. Duba, anything?
no, I'll briefly go over this just so that people in the public hear this, and I will get something out tomorrow to
We're laughing
everyone.
at,
so
because
that-
anytime you say, I'll briefly go over this,
I'm just
this whole
impressed with
thing.
the
Yeah.
math, to
All
be
right.
honest.
What's that?
I said I'm very impressed with the math.
Well, that's important because that's why I just
Oh.
put it right.
Yeah.
So as we know, the commissioner is putting a request to the council to have Monday and Tuesday waived. Those were the 2 state of emergency days. She said there was no guarantee for any other days that were out, but for us to submit whatever we can. So I will be submitting the information that's in this memo regarding our instructional minutes, along with any pictures. She also wanted pictures of the schools, the amount of snow, any damage, schools that we had power outages, so I'll note all that as well. But what's important to note is the instructional minutes. So all the math, I did the math.
No, I
Calculated the
impressed with
minutes.
the
So the
math.
minimum requirement of instructional minutes is 330 per day. So I took each school based on the bell times from the beginning of the day to the end of the day and pulled out anything that's not instructional. So at the elementary level, you have to remove lunch. Recess is considered instructional time, and it's state law that you provide that. At the middle school, skip to the high school. At the high school level, I pulled out lunch and passing time. So you can see in the memo, we have enough instructional minutes currently at the elementary school and at the high school to make up those days. So we're going to make up 2 days. Okay, so we're going to make up the Thursday and Friday that we're out. So we have 3 days, right? So we'll just say of the 3 days, 2 of those days are going to be, I'm going to request to be waived based on our instructional minutes. At the middle school schedule right now currently only has 330 minutes because of the amount of passing time and locker time. So what I'm recommending, and the principals are doing this, is adjusting the middle school schedule. So we're going to take a few minutes out from like locker time at the beginning of the day, end of the day, and look at the dismissal. And that way we can gain some instructional time. It's about 10 minutes they're going to gain each day, and that'll start next week. So that they're working on the schedule, put that out there, make sure everyone is aware of that, and that will get us basically just enough time to make up, waive the 2 of those days. The 3rd day, I'm suggesting that our March PD day becomes a school day, and that way that day's not made up. And so if that is approved tonight.
Sorry, I was trying to see
Oh,
what
sorry,
state of
I-
emergency got
It's
lifted.
okay, I thought Rob said something.
No.
Where it came from. So
Are you trying
basically,
to find the actual date?
yeah, so if the council approves the 2 days from the Monday, Tuesday, and you approve my suggestion here of having school on a March PD day and waiving the other 2, we will, our current calendar won't change. June 18th will still be our last day of school. If not, we're out that Friday because it's a federal holiday, and then we're coming back Monday, Tuesday. So I'm trying to avoid that because it doesn't really help for instructional time doing that.
Right.
So-
Yeah, I would agree, because I'm sure
What?
it won't help our chronic
So those might be
absenteeism.
Yeah, that was pretty brief. Jen, did you have a question?
I did. I had 2 questions. One, if we can do the weird things with the instructional time, why do we do snow days anyways?
You've been
that's a
teaching,
good
have you been
question.
teaching our
So-
kids too much
You
yet?
know that question is going to come up.
So we could, I mean, I think it's just, I think having 1 day is reasonable. I think the number of days here, I think that's, why we're trying to use that. But it is true. I mean, we do. And I think moving forward, we need to really look at our middle school schedule. I think we can tighten that up too to get more instructional time out of it for the future. And then, we wouldn't have to. And it's something that we would put forward to RIDE at the beginning of each year as well, making it known that we have enough instructional time.
Okay.
in
Yeah,
there.
just,
So-
in the event that happens. And then what were they going to be doing on that PD day?
You can
So that day was going to be, we have, the primary theme of the day was to center teacher voice in terms of the planning. So the teachers really worked, did a great job of presenting some agendas that I'm still in the process of reviewing. There are some elements of that day that we will, that are kind of, curriculum based. For example, certain departments are looking at reviewing curriculum, and that's going to be one of those things where at the secondary level, middle, high school, we should be at a better place because of the common planning time that's worked in. Elementary will be a little more challenging because their time is a little more limited. So things like the middle school social studies, for example, the music and art program right now is doing some curriculum review. That's part of it. We also had a group of teachers who have who really went above and beyond to plan an incredibly engaging work session that centered on teaching of genocide. And so we're going to work to see what we can do with them to continue what they had done, because it was really something that was really well done and a lot of effort put into it. And it's a very important topic, obviously. So we want to work with them on that.
And that they're bringing people in from
they're bringing people in from outside the state, and they're coming in having a real comprehensive program.
So the plan, what we're trying to do, is still have it on that day, but bring subs in for the teachers.
That was going to be my question. Is
Yeah,
there
it's not something we really can just move to the
resources
day
to
or
make
cancel.
that
There was
still
a grant
happen?
written.
That we are.
Okay.
That's the
All
plan.
right.
So I had a conversation with that today, and we're working on that.
Okay.
So I get that the commissioner is only saying that they're going to request those first 2 days. Like, it was not safe to send children to school, period. Like, I could get maybe towards Thursday, Friday, but like that Wednesday, there was no way possible that we would be responsible if we were sending children to school.
We did push back when we had, because we had 2 meetings, that was an animation, so we did have 2 meetings with the commissioner.
Like, they lifted the travel
during the
ban,
week.
but that doesn't mean that we then can get staff and people to our schools to get it cleared up accurately. So I feel like I appreciate the mathing and all of the like jumping that you're doing to try to make it sure that they don't have to go back to school the next week, but I would also continue on a different path of trying to tell RIDE that we need those days. Like that, they should be making more than 2 days for that storm.
What the commissioner
in my
requested of the superintendent, there's no guarantee that she can make that request herself to the council, but for us to submit whatever we can. So if you have pictures, whatever evidence you have, pictures of your schools, pictures of the amount of snow, pictures of the street.
Like on Sunday, I was driving around thinking, oh gee, I'm nervous about Monday. Like this week, because of bus stops and safety and different things like that. So like I feel like we should submit as much as the whole week was not acceptable for us, and we submit that documentation. This to me is the plan B, but I feel as though because of the severity of the storm and how we 10 buildings to clear, et cetera, that we should be requesting a waiver. In my opinion,
no district went on Wednesday. Correct?
I don't believe so.
No, some had virtual learning, but nobody was in
Yes.
school.
One or two went Thursday, and more went Friday. But
people were still plowed into their neighborhoods
Yeah,
on Wednesday.
we didn't get plowed out till 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah.
So I think this is great, and I appreciate the work, but I personally think that our first step should be submitting the things and asking a waiver for the week due to safety and a variety of other reasons. And then, if that gets denied, then this is a good plan B, in my opinion.
I agree.
Are you saying the commission though could only do the 2 days?
She said she was only putting in for 2 days on her end because she can only do it because the Monday, Tuesday was a state of emergency.
So the rest is on the superintendent now to prove. Okay.
And is there a joint plan for you all as a group?
We're all doing it individually.
Individually, okay.
And then it goes to like a council to decide.
It'll go to RIDE for approval.
I'm not disagreeing with the waiver for the week, but I'm just wondering, because Ken's had the conversations with is that going to be something that is going to be in line with what?
Well, what I would do, I would submit both at the same time, saying this is, here's our request, here's the request that we are waived for the, Wednesday was awarded as a result, it was the day after state of emergency, but still, based on our town and the streets plowed, and there was no way that we could start school because we still had people trapped in their homes, basically, right? Couldn't leave their neighborhood, things weren't safe, there was no power, we had schools without power, and this, the amount of snow we had, we could not possibly be ready, and to request that is waived along with the other 2 days. Plan B would be to use the professional development day for that day.
I feel like if we put that forward, though, they'll just be like, "We'll use your PD day."
Well, I can wait and submit it.
Yeah, I would defer to you on how to negotiate with the RIDE.
I just want to make sure that I don't know when I'm going to hear from them, and a lot of this is time sensitive with.
Like you're saying, we
getting
kind of need
answers
to
back.
approve a plan, even if we get the other plan, because if we don't, then we have nothing approved. and the kids are in
Right,
school.
so
When's
what
the
my
council meeting?
plan is to get, so I don't know,
That's
because
fine.
they had to schedule a meeting to get the first 2 days scheduled. So my plan is to submit tomorrow to RIDE. And what I could do is put in the request for the Wednesday followed up, waived followed as the similar request with the state of emergency, and our Thursday, Friday with our instructional days. If it doesn't work, go back. And if that doesn't work, we actually don't even need to go to RIDE, because we just make the change ourselves on the
Yeah, I mean, we know that regardless of what
PD day. We
happens,
just let them know we had school on that day.
we're not going to go past the day we currently
Right.
have planned.
Our goal
anyway.
is
So
not
in
to go
terms
past
of
the
like notifying families, the only question at this point would be, is March
Right.
27th
If they end
a
up saying,
school day
if
or
we
not?
hear, hey, we'll waive that Wednesday as
Yeah.
a continuation of the state of emergency, then we could have PD on that day.
Right.
If not, it needs to be a school day. But I don't know when I'm gonna get that answer, right? So.
Well,
may
maybe
not.
we should put in that memo the urgency because of
Well,
the impact on March 27th. Like, I hear you. I'm buffering between reality and where and not.
Yeah, that's my concern too, is just knowing what the plan is gonna be for that day, because if we're gonna have a day of professional learning, it'd be good to know with time, with advanced time.
'Cause
Which
today's
RIDE might
March
not
3rd.
give
Yeah.
us.
Not, I really honestly don't think one school, other than the random PD days, went to school on Wednesday.
Well, that's what, like, does
Like-
the council?
like, I understand that they
right? I mean,
might-
they
they're-
must-
they won't-
No one was in school. I
Like,
don't
they're
think
not
there was-
gonna
I
bother,
don't
like
think
Friday,
anybody
no,
was-
right? Because some people were able to send people, some people weren't on Friday. That one, I get. Like,
Nobody was in
Wednesday
school on
was-
Wednesday. There were
there
schools
was
that
no
did virtual
school.
learning on
Yeah.
Wednesday, but nobody was in school on Wednesday.
So,
But you have to get pre-approval for virtual learning, right? So those are only
Yeah,
the
and
schools
so
that were like,
That already
already
But
had
that's,
it approved.
but that's potentially an argument that that RIDE could bring, is that there are schools who did have school that day that were approved for virtual learning. And again, I'm not trying to be.
But you had to get that approved ahead of time, is what
You
I'm
did.
saying.
Yeah,
You
that.
did.
I meant like prior to the school year starting,
Not
right?
many, though.
Correct.
Providence and a
There
few
was some-
charter
there were-
schools.
Yeah, they were
No,
good
there were
amount.
quite a few.
I'll check it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
They were good
Yeah,
enough.
they were-
So
they
when
were-
we
they
were
were-
on the call, we also did a survey across the state with the superintendents, and we were trying to prove that
Yeah.
these should be waived. And so we did a survey throughout the week of who had virtual days, who had traditional days, who was open, who was closed. So I have all that.
how does the council have no meetings coming up?
So I will submit this, well,
So what do you need from us to
just
approve
to approve my
this?
recommendations of how we will adjust the calendar and not go past June 18th. I'll submit this tomorrow.
But wouldn't that, so are you asking us to cancel the PD day for now, or are you asking us to?
What I'm asking for you is that if we need to cancel the PD day, you're approving that, right? So my first ask, because we don't want to come back to school committee, because that's not going to be.
Yeah, timeline wise.
Right, so what I'll do is I'll put in the request for a waive of that day just based on the conditions of our town and state.
We also may not hear back from them
Right.
Yeah,
that's-
that's-
before the
I-
PD
And if we
day,
Yeah.
don't, then we just have to.
because they
have
only
school
meet
on
certain times.
Yeah.
Who is
Yeah.
the private right or the council?
What?
The council.
Council.
Council
So
of
I-
The
Elementary
council has to
Schools, yeah.
approve.
Right,
her
I send it
request.
to commissioner,
Yeah.
and then she submits it.
And Rob, will you be able to get in enough subs to support the teachers being able to continue with that one?
Having advance notice is gonna be necessary.
Well, I think what we do is we put those requests in, if we have to cancel the subs, we cancel the subs.
Yeah.
Okay.
We plan
Yeah,
for
that's
it.
why, kind of
And then
like
we
plan that
cancel
it's
the
gonna
subs
happen, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
by
We plan
some
for it
miracle,
happening.
they approve it, sooner rather than later.
Does someone want to make a motion?
I
think
think we're in a
we're
motion.
in a
yeah,
motion.
to approve. So we just have to take the vote.
But what is attached, is what was attached what we're approving?
Yes,
Yes.
what's attached is what Ken wants us to approve. Which we have a motion to approve.
Because if we don't hear back from RIDE that they're gonna waive us that third day, there would be school on March PD day.
Which is what this is.
And if we don't
Yeah.
hear back in a timely manner, like if I don't hear back within a week, we're gonna have to make that decision then.
Will you go out, like, at what point, like, if we vote here, this gets approved, at what point are you communicating what to families?
So what I'd like to do is let families know tomorrow that we're putting a request in. We're putting a request to have 3 days, all of the days waived, but 3 of them waived through the state of emergency, and 2 waived based on instructional days.
Okay.
If they come back and say they're only going to waive 4 of the 5,
And the PD day.
then the PD day will be a school day.
Which I think is fine
And
to
if I don't
communicate
hear
that.
back,
Yeah.
so we'll put submitting it, put it through tomorrow. If I don't hear back in a week, then we have to
Yeah.
have school on the PD.
Yeah, because I
Because
think
we
it's
have to let
important for
everyone know.
families to
You
be
gotta
able
give
to
them heads
plan
up.
that they have
Yeah.
to come.
Yeah, I think if you preface it how you just said it, that
Yeah.
is good. Alright, so, any further discussion?
Nope.
Okay, so, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to item C.
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Ken, you wanna?
So this is on here to have a conversation about compensating staff, hourly staff that did not work last week, who will not be getting a paycheck for 2 weeks because the February vacation, and then last week of us being closed. So the concern is that we have hourly staff that would not be getting a paycheck for basically a 2-week period. That hourly staff, that would be teacher assistants, food service workers, any bus drivers or bus monitors that we have under. So it's the ESP staff that we have, maintenance workers, we're all in working.
Is there an attachment?
No.
There's no
No.
attachment.
Oh, okay.
So do we have like an amount that would be, or is this just a conversation?
This is
and
just
then
a
you'll-
conversation.
Okay, and then we'll figure out if, okay.
Right, so do we want to move in the direction, and again, like, this is, we gotta really kind of think this through and be careful with it. We want to move in the direction that we're under a state of emergency Monday, Tuesday, so staff are paid for those 2 days.
Are you saying?
contract-
Was that a statement, yes, they are, or?
No, they're not paid for anything. We have to make a
would
decision.
want to do
Okay.
that, right? Is that something
Yeah.
we would want to do? I mean, the money's there in the budget, right? So they have to work 184 days, right? Their work year is 184. So if Monday, Tuesday was a state of emergency, do we pay them for those 2 days? Do we pay them ahead for any time that they're going to have to work? Because we also need to have a conversation over, people who have to work 184. So how are we making that up, right? So that's a conversation with the unions, that we can make that up through professional development and professional development time afterwards. Because we have to have that documented, that we put in all these hours. So we can pay them ahead, and then the way that it's made up the work time is through professional development later on.
You
PDI.
lost me there.
No, are you talking about?
So,
the-
so in general, right, our staff, contracted staff, are supposed to work 184 days.
Uh-huh.
Some of them are salary,
Yeah.
right? So our salary staff
Yeah,
would get paid for those 184 days, but then they're going to owe us that time.
back.
So I'd work with the unions on how that time would be owed. For example, would be through professional development, because children wouldn't be there. Same with some of the ESP staff, says they have to work 184 days. So we could pay them ahead, knowing that pay, right, that we're paying for, is going to be provided back to us through professional development hours.
I see, okay.
So that way they get something in their pay, and I'm looking to Leslie just kind of,
Yeah, I gotta.
because this is just a conversation we're having, right? So
And does it all have to be by July 1st too?
would what have to be by July 1st?
Like the professional development
Oh, yeah,
dates for
all
the
that would have to be
salary?
before we're out for the school year. Like, the PD would have to be done.
So would the PD be done like after the kids are out of school?
It could be done asynchronous, it could be after school hours, it all have to be documented hours. If folks
Okay.
need to do.
So the main question, we were getting this a lot of questions, obviously, and so just one point of clarification is that the vacation week and the week that we were out actually fell in 2 different pay periods.
Okay.
So staff won't get a 0 paycheck. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. So they'll have 1 paycheck that was for 1 week, and then they'll have a second paycheck that would have been for 1 week. So there wouldn't be any staff member that would have a 0 paycheck.
Yeah, it just
So-
will be way less.
Of course, and
Exactly.
even as the finance person, I'm here. Like I
I would support the recommendation for the hourly folks for at least the 2 days, the state of emergency, that we compensate them for those days. Because it's beyond their control. With the teachers, it's a little bit easier. They're salaried. Their salaries are just based on what would their balloon end. Like most of their payment comes in at the end anyway, so it's not really impacting them. They're going to get their regular paycheck just as they normally would. But with the hourly folks, that's going to be really tough to have them have 2 pay periods with that single week. So budget-wise, we can support that if we were to do that.
Well, budget-wise, it's already budgeted.
Correct.
This money is not extra money, this is just money.
The issue that we just have to think about, so to Dr. Duva's point, and this is for anybody, even if we're considering the changing of the days, is that we have to make sure that our employees meet their service years and their service credits, or they will not qualify for retirement for that year. If they don't work, there's a certain number of days that they have to work, and they have to be paid in order for them to qualify for that service credit. So that's just another piece that we have to consider when we're talking about making sure they have those 184 days, whether it's PD or however it is, because we don't want them to have any penalties with their retirement standing because of the snow.
I'm just gonna throw something out here, and you all can look at me, but like, why don't we just pay them?
We can certainly make that decision.
But you're saying they need to work their hours.
They still have to work the days, or they don't get their credit for their retirement as well. So it's just another piece that we
Because
have
they
to
didn't
think of.
actually- I get what you're saying.
But like,
Yeah.
if we're paying them, isn't the implication that they're working?
I would have to confirm with ERSRI that is
We
acceptable,
have to
because
document
that all has to be documented. Those are things that are far beyond my purview, and I don't want to speculate to them, but as I'm thinking about what goes into a payroll and what we have to consider anytime we have any change, that these are things that we need to
also
think
said,
about.
too, like, we got to think about like what happened during COVID, because there were many days where buildings were closed or we were out, and so that impacted us too, and the school year was cut short. The same thing's happening here. School year is getting cut short. Either we're doing or the state's
Yeah.
doing. So
So
there's got to be some leeway there.
if we're going to change and have the PD day, those employees would then get that compensation on that PD day because they would end up working on that day. So that would offset one. I do think that in this pay period, if the committee allows that we can pay, that we can do the Monday and Tuesday for sure. And then once we know what's happening with the Thursday and Friday, if we decide to extend the year, they would just be compensated when they work those days. And if not, we can just roll those, if we decide we want to compensate them for the Thursday and Friday as well, we can roll that into any pay period as long as we have enough notice. It's complicated, but we could do it.
Help them when they're not able to.
Correct.
divert.
Or we do have the option of doing what Dr. Duva said, is that we can pay them now in this week.
And then figure out the.
And then,
Yeah.
not that it's ideal again, but we could say we're going to pay you for this week, and if they end up not working the extra days, they have from now until the end of the year to prepare for the fact that they then wouldn't have compensation for those last 2 remaining days at the end of the year. But we would pay them now.
My thought is to pay them.
Mhm.
I think it is an extremely unusual situation that
Mhm.
we're in. This is not just like a snow day to roll off of a February break where they are not compensated, to
Mhm.
roll into a 5-day work week that they did not have any control over either. They, like, it's not like if they wanted to come in on Thursday, the TAs were coming in on Thursday. Like
Yeah.
it was
Correct.
we had
Mhm.
closed, right? And so I think I understand the complexity of the 5 days within the 184, but I do think compensating them now from like a human standpoint would be good, and then we would be able to figure out how to work through either those hours, because it's based on hours too, so there could be opportunities for before, after, like there's some opportunity there, or to your point, like at the end. But I do think that helping folks get money as planned and scheduled is really
We need to
essential,
figure out how we
especially.
make up those days, and
Yeah.
professional development is the one.
But I
way
think
of
to
taking
Jen's
it,
point,
how we
like
do
being
it.
able to buy groceries for your family this week, like getting a regular paycheck after a big emergency would be the right thing to do, and then we can figure out how to make sure that balances out over the next couple of months.
And Dr. Duva and we talked about that last week, and we were we in support of it. We provided that, financially there's no implication, and that there's equity, and we're making sure that we're going to need to go through and make sure that we're doing it correctly and that everybody's getting compensated accordingly. But I agree that I think it's the right thing to do, and we were anticipating paying them anyway. It's in the budget. It's not a question of that. And, any other extraneous expenses that we might have because of the blizzard, hopefully will be taken care of in other ways. So I would agree. I think that's what we should do. that would be my recommendation, and I fully support it, and my payroll staff is prepared to do that. If that's how we were going to move forward, I told them we would hopefully have an answer tonight, so.
Thoughts or questions from the committee? Okay, so Dr. Duva, so I don't know how to write.
So it sounds like what the
Yeah.
direction that we just talked about is to pay the hourly employees for last week,
Yep, and then figure out.
and then whatever days need to be made up, we will figure out, work with the union somehow, those hours are made up. Knowing that they have to somehow come up with, we have to come up with the 184.
And what about, and then the people too not in the unions? Not that we have a ton.
Well, that's the
think
second
that's
piece that
it,
I
yeah.
did want to bring up, is because then we also have like individuals who were able to work and who did work, do like, and I'm not just saying this because they're my staff, but like we had to make sure payroll got out for the entire district, and so we had staff who had power who were here
Yeah.
in this building, making sure that we got
We also
paychecks
have people
out.
that chose to take time off.
Absolutely, we do have people that chose to
So
take time off,
there's-
but we have to think about like their.
Won't they get, if we're in a state of emergency and you have to work, don't you get time and a half?
So not, I don't,
Period.
I have to look back at
Well,
the,
it's in
the
the
ESP
contract,
contract, but not all of them are in a union.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'll double check.
so I think
Right,
we just have,
let's tackle one problem at a
Okay,
time.
so-
Let's tackle, I think that, so not to say, we need to make sure, like, I personally believe very strongly we want to make sure everyone was properly compensated.
Mhm.
For people who worked overtime, like, we want to make sure that's there. For people who worked when other people didn't work, like, going through and figuring out that.
yeah,
piece.
we had
I think-
clerks that were, like, I
think-
think we had clerks that were working, doing
Yeah.
different things, so.
Yeah, so I think the most important thing is making sure that people who weren't going to get paychecks. And then Dr. Duva and the administration can work through if any additional things need
Yeah,
to be
if anybody
tweaked
else needs to
in
be
the
compensated the
spirit
other
of
way,
equity
right,
or fairness,
yeah.
et cetera.
Sure.
And I don't think it's just the union employee. I think it's any employee that is an
That's what I was
hourly
saying, like-
employee
Right.
Yeah.
that did not get to work because of the snow. Needs
Perfect,
to be
okay.
paid. So it's not union doesn't, in my
So
opinion.
any hourly
That's what I
employee,
meant,
we
yeah.
can say,
Yeah.
okay, that's
All
perfect,
hourly
that makes it
employees.
easy for
Yeah.
us,
And that's
that's
if the
good.
emotion is approved.
Yes.
Like,
Mhm.
we are still
All hourly, yeah.
chatting.
Yeah, it's ensuring everybody is compensated
Sure.
correctly.
Mm-hmm,
Gets the same paycheck that they would have gotten.
Mhm.
okay,
Yeah, and then if there's more minutia that we need to work through because of the things you're talking about, we can circle back on that if you need approval from the committee. But I think just from that baseline, we need to make sure that folks are okay.
okay, and then
That work for us.
Dr. Duval, I'll just ask if this passes that we get that information, because you said if there were people that chose to take time off, we would need that information. Like if we're going to choose to take that into
Well,
account, we would need to know that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly the salary
Okay,
staff.
okay, so it won't impact that.
Because hourly staff, if they did it, is because they were doing it because they wanted to receive some type of pay.
Right, oh, I agree, yeah.
So,
All right, so the motion, we're just in discussion right now, correct?
correct.
All right, so can someone make a motion?
I will make a motion to direct administration to ensure that any staff member who did not receive
Any hourly wage staff
an,
member?
any hourly wage staff member who did not receive a paycheck,
They haven't.
you make the motion.
Sorry. Okay. I think it would be, and Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, to direct the administration to authorize payroll to be administered for hourly waged employees due to the emergency.
Yeah, for the week in question.
Yeah, for the week in question.
With the time to be made up as necessary or required.
Yes, yeah. That's the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay, and then we'll anticipate that there'll be some follow-up in different areas, et cetera. All right. Hearing no further discussion, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What? Yeah, we're all the way down that, right? Okay.
Oh,
Don't get excited though. Don't get excited. Don't get, we should go back.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get a motion for H?
Motion to approve
Thank you.
the superintendent's recommendation.
Second.
Okay.
I just had one question.
Oh, I wonder if your question is my question. Is it about the law?
It is not about the law, it is about the fact that we're taking Leslie off, but according to the paperwork, she's still on it.
No, it says removal.
Well, it says current members.
No,
Oh, it was just listing the current members.
it's supposed to say remaining members.
We're getting closer to what?
Okay.
So
we're getting
appointment,
closer. Okay.
Bridget, removal, Leslie, and then current members.
Yes, that's supposed to say in addition to remaining members.
It's supposed to give the new list.
Yeah, it's supposed to
basically.
get the new list, so, okay. I missed
So
current.
minus list.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we're close, never mind.
So do we have, so my question was about I thought we had to have a finance person on the
So
building
you'd have
meeting.
someone finance or part of the local budget committee, so it doesn't say you can't serve two roles, so when I was going through this, I could also be sitting in as the budget person, and I sit on the local budget committee,
What local budget committee?
our budget and finance advisory team.
Okay.
So,
I didn't think
okay,
you
so
were-
let me explain this,
So-
because I've had many discussions with Ryan about this.
I'm
The-
sufficient, that answer's fine with me, I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay.
No, like, okay.
I would also like to explain it so the public could hear it.
Yeah, you can explain
Because
it,
they
but-
might have the same questions. So I had the same question. RIDE gives you have to have this committee, and you have to have X amount of people, required positions on this committee. However, RIDE does not require, they do not dictate which people you choose to fill that position. Obviously, superintendent can only be superintendent, but for the finance position, it's someone who has knowledge of the finances in the district sufficient enough, and that would be Dr. Duva, that could be Mr. Mezzanotte, it could be Leslie, but
It could be Bridget.
could be
She's
Bridget,
somebody
although
that's
she's
operations,
being
but she's
new.
new.
Right. So in other words, they don't dictate to us who we put on as long as we fill that position appropriately, and it's really just for our benefit.
Yeah, only reason I'm taking her off, I mean, she's still involved in the meetings that we have. She can't make those meetings at that time, and so it impacts our quorum. That's the reason why I'm removing her, because I need to make sure that the people who are on the committee can be there, and she cannot make that meeting time.
Yeah, that's fine, I just wanted to make sure we were
So,
still in compliance.
Yeah, and she is, just so everyone's aware, I mean, she's part of conversations prior, she's approving the bills, she's approving the budget, she's part of the conversation and the work that's happening internally. She just can't physically be at those meetings, and I wanna make sure that we can meet a quorum when we meet, so.
Well, plus that's our policy. If you can't be at more than 2 meetings,
Yes,
you're
true,
Sorry.
true.
That's not an automatic, it's a review.
But it's a legit, I mean.
But if you miss every
question
meeting,
that was asked,
it's
so.
not
No,
a
I
thing.
mean, it's a legitimate question that you're asking, to make sure that we're covered within the.
So you checked with someone at RIDE, Ken, and they said that you can.
Yes, I know,
double-
yeah, no, I know
Alright.
for a fact. that
Alright,
that's-
perfect.
Yeah, no, it's.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay, hearing none, all those, can we just get that memo fixed? Cause in life, like, I'll approve it, but, the current list of members is inaccurate on that memo, so if we could just get that fixed, that would be helpful. Okay, all those in favor of approving, the removal of Leslie and putting Bridget on, please say aye.
Alright.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to go back into executive session?
Do you want to do correspondence before we do
Okay,
that?
fine. Let's do correspondence before we do that.
February 10th, Matt McCoy, Senate Bill number 2078 and House Bill number 7417. February 12th, Shayla Coleman, Life Touch School Photos. February 12th, Diana Roller, Life Touch School Photos. February 17th, Catherine Anderson regarding message to the NK school community. February 20th, Alex Lopez, Davisville Middle School outdoor classroom. February 21st, Morgan O'Donnell, invitation to the North Kingstown annual K-12 district art exhibition. February 22nd, Matt McCoy, Governor Daniel J. McKee, Executive Order 2602, dated 2/22/2026. February 25th, from a student regarding school. February 25th, Morgan O'Donnell regarding the invitation to the North Kingstown annual K-12 district art expedition. February 28th, from a parent regarding a student transcript request. March 1st, Morgan O'Donnell again regarding the art district expedition. March 2nd, Mary Warbeck regarding revolving funds to finance school projects. March 2nd, Holly Quinn, packet info for agenda on 3/3. March 2nd, Kara Martone regarding budget finance subcommittee meeting, additional school committee meeting. March 2nd, Kara Martone, NKSD logo check marks. I will make a motion motion to recess back into executive session.
Second.
I'm just looking at the. We're not gonna be done in 15 minutes, so I was just thinking.
And
see if
to
we-
extend the meeting to 10:30,
Sure.
11?
Are we able to extend in, while we're in executive if needed, or do we have to come back
You'd
out?
have to report that vote out, so I'd
Just
try and
vote out.
extend it now.
I quit if it were here.
We should also probably read what we're going back into executive session for, the 4246-5A1.
Okay, we are returning to executive session for RIGL 42465A1, admin contract renewal, comma, assistant superintendent contract renewal,
I think that's
and
it.
then, well, in theory, RIGL 42465A2, any negotiations, ABM contract, and then certified. Okay, so we have the motion to go into executive and to extend the meeting until 11. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
so we'll return from executive session. I'll suppose that there were no votes taken in the executive session. The next item on the agenda that we are going, we'll circle back. We'll skip right now the item A for the executive session. So we'll go to item E under that we had removed from the consent agenda. So we'll go through and do the different motions connected to that agenda item. So Jen, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for Director of Human Resources.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I will make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the transportation supervisor.
Okay, any discussion? Wait,
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I will make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the assistant principal at North Kingstown High School.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'll make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the principal at Whitford Middle School.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'll make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the principal at Stony Lane.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'll make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the early childhood supervisor.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the Dean of Students at North Kingstown High School.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the principal at North Kingstown High School.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the principal at Forest Park.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hold on.
What did you do?
I think.
Did you not do them in order?
No. I think. Hold on. What?
Next should be assistant principal at the high school.
No. I just. Did I just say Forest Park?
You said Forest Park.
Yep.
You're correct.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, sometimes I get the
Yep,
the
the
F ones
yep,
confused. Okay, so now we can vote on that one. Okay.
No, we already did that one.
We already did that one.
Okay.
Next
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the assistant principal at North Kingstown High School.
Second.
Okay.
You have to let me do it now because I've done it. Just take a minute.
I know. I should have done it.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to the final review of the written contract for the principal at Davisville Academy.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the Dean of Students at North Kingstown High School.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the superintendent's appointment and recommendations for contract terms as made in executive session, subject to final review of the written contract for the Director of Student Services.
Second.
Okay, all those, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you very much. And thank you. Huh? No, we have more, we have more.
Yeah, we gotta do that first.
You need to go to unfinished B.
I'll make a motion to approve the assistant superintendent's contract with the edits as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, Rob.
Congratulations.
Great, thank you very much.
We look forward to continuing.
They provided another 3-year contract to you. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, now we need to go back to, can I get a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session from today? And again, no votes were taken in executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Please get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.